just can't get on there and be on there 24/7, you know? So when other people see things and they comment with what we know, a lot of you been here a long time. There we go. Okay, so we got the YouTube going thing here. Let me get up here. All right, so I wanted to ask you anybody here, if you have read that article, The Proper Angle. Did anybody get a chance to read that?
I did.
Okay. Who was that?
Antoinette.
Okay, Antoinette, what did you think?
I think that it is really pretty fascinating how people keep trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah. It's interesting. Who would have thought nobody, like, I never thought they'd gone through all these different opinions about the angle and stuff like that. Would you? I mean, all the different I'm going to show you this book I got right here in front of me is by the same guy. Did anybody else get a chance to read that? See, it's real important for you to understand why your farrier and barefoot trimmer think the way they do, what they're seeing in their mind, and why they trim the way they do, because it is all based on historical error. And what I'm seeing, like, I understand how Jamie Jackson come up with what he did, because he also based his research on how the foot should be trimmed on the hoof angle. When you look at all his pictures, he made a little angle meter reader too that he has people use. Only thing is that his idea is different than anything you read about on there. His idea is solely based on the coffin bone setting flat. It's as if the rest of the foot does not exist. And so he says that you can't determine the true angle of the foot, or you can't change it by raising or lowering the heel, by growing heel or cutting it down. That's what he says in his book. It's just he's got a totally different view, which I think he got from Hildred Strasser, because she threw a couple coffin bones on a table and then measured the angles, and from the top of the coffin bone to the bottom in the back is 30 degrees. And so she assumed that horses have to have a 30-degree hairline angle. And so them two were in correspondence with one another on this whole natural hoof care thing. And so then in his book, he only does dorsal wall angle, hoof angle by a flat coffin bone setting flat on a table with nothing attached to it. So we know that the horse, there's 2/3 of the foot there. You see, but here's the thing. If you read that article, I'm going to look it up here just a minute. If you read that article by Henry Hamerling, you find that this is the thing that they have been arguing about for centuries. Okay, the angle of the foot, the angle, either the hoof has to be the angle of the shoulder, or the hoof has to be the angle of the pastern, or some such thing. And then when it came to nature, Henry Hamerling, he wrote that article before barefoot became a thing, before natural hoof care became a thing. And he said, just to see here, the proper angle. Let me look this up. He said that, so he writes this in 1990, 1991. He finishes it or whatever. And he said, oh, it's great. After giving you all this all this history and including frog pressure. See, that's the big deal there. Frog pressure. So not only angle, but frog pressure at the same time. In order to get frog pressure, you have to lower heels. And so that is a doctrine that arose in the 1700s. Never before had anybody ever done that. And the guy was not even a farrier. All right. So, and he talks a lot too about a lot of the people that come up with these cockamamie ideas aren't even farriers to begin with. So before the 1700s, a higher heel was preferred all throughout history. That's what he talks about. And then in the 1700s, Philip Lafosse come up with the bright idea that horse's foot must be like a dog pad, and you need to put them down on that frog so they get that frog pressure. So you have to lower heels to do that. Well, all that does wear the frog out, trim the foot out, make the hoof capsule smaller, bind the foot into a smaller capsule. It cripples the horse. And what was interesting was how he said that after that, horses were going lame all over the place. But you know what? It was written in a book. It was written in a book, right? And even at that time, so print and press came out in the 1400s. And so anything that got written in a book, well, it was like written in stone, because very few people could actually afford to do a book. And anytime somebody does a book that's real elaborate, and Lafosse's book was very elaborate. He was an anatomist. He studied anatomy. When he got down to the horse's foot, okay, he'd never trimmed horses. He'd never done anything like that. Then he come up with the bright idea that they had to have frog pressure. Now they start trimming the heels out. And now they start getting lame horses. And so he comes up with the bright idea. Then they come up with the bright idea. Oh, well, you just got to do it gradually. So they just do it more slowly. And that way the horse doesn't go lame as quick. See, the horse adapts. So Henry Hammerling, that wrote the article on all the different beliefs down through the ages men have on the angle, and it all has to do with heel height. And then frog pressure slides in there too. Okay, he says, and he says this in 1991. He says, for the last 25 years that they had that people had the idea of more heel had been coming back, and he was glad to see that. So anyway, but here's the deal. So he talks to, I had no idea when he wrote this article. I was trying to figure it out. Okay, just a minute. Let me get it up here. He talks to Jamie Jackson. Let's see, the proper hoof angle. Just a second. Let me get it up here in screen share. Oh, well, Henry Hammerling, Tymerli, Hammerling. I mean, this guy was a scholar, people. When I show you this book that I got here, let's see, that book right there, On the Horse's Foot, Shoes and Shoeing, a bibliographic record and a brief timeline history of horseshoeing, compiled by Henry Hammerling. When you see it, it's going to blow your mind. Okay, so, okay, let me find, are you trimming the proper hoof angles? Basics. Okay, I got to find that article. The proper angle. Wasn't that what it was called? Did I leave a link to that? Could somebody send me where that whoever that was that said they did read the article, can you send me the link to that? Because now I'm having a problem finding it.
I will try to find it.
Okay. The proper angle. Henry. Oh, wait, it's okay. It's on his on his website, Never Blue Farm. I'm going to have to write those people. You know, see, here's the thing. I started finding out about this guy and what a scholar he was. And then I found out he died last year and I started crying. I was like, crying. I want to cry right now. Oh.
Before I moved to Aiken, I was communicating with this vet that used to live here.
Uh-huh.
And the year before I moved here, he
Så
died.
nå tar du bare en gang rundt, eller? Nå tar du bare en gang rundt.
Oh, somebody's speaking in a foreign language. And it's not a church
Jeg
service.
tror det er best å bare
Okay,
bare
so I
gjøre
gotta,
sånn. Altså
I have
minst
to,
mulig sånn snuing
have
og
to
sånn.
find who that is and mute them.
Ja.
Let's see. How do I find the people?
It's Cinna.
Nei.
It's
Oh, is it?
Synne.
Okay, I'll mute her. There you go. You're muted. She's speaking
Norwegian.
Netherlands. What do they
Oh, she's
speak
from-
in the Netherlands?
She's from Norway, so it's
Oh.
Norwegian.
Oh, it's Norwegian. I thought she said the Netherlands. And I was feeling sorry for her. She's from Norway?
Yeah, I
Good.
think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, you know, I feel sorry for people in the Netherlands, right? They just confiscated 3,000 farms. The government confiscated 3,000 farms. There you go. What do you think the price of hay might go up? Yep. Think those people had livestock? Yeah, 3,000 farms with cattle on them.
Can I ask why they confiscated the farms?
Oh, global warming. Because using too much fertilizer and the cows are farting too much.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So they're trying to do that all over. Like, okay, I had a friend in Germany, okay, and they started coming to her farm. She had a little horse farm there, telling her what she could and couldn't do. And so she sold it off and moved to Portugal. See, they're starting to do this. They want to confiscate land. So anyway, but we're here to fix horses' feet. All right, so I found it. I found the article. We're going to go there. There we are. All right, so here we are. Now, so I didn't know when this was written. There is no date on it, the proper hoof angle. And I read it, I got through it, and I got down to, he goes all the different beliefs that people have. All right. First of all, I want to read you this part. In the past, unproven theories concerning proper hoof angle became popular. Look, folks, this is anatomy. All right. So whatever you're going to believe or teach, it better be right. We don't want our doctors screwing around and just coming up with different theories and untested and stuff like that, and then practicing that on us, do we? Okay, shut up, Linda. We don't want them doing that. We want anything they're going to try out on us. That we want them to know the anatomy. We want them to know. We want our heart surgeon to know where all the veins and blood vessels and everything in our heart are. We want him to be able to get in there and find it, not go, not reach over there and feel the liver and go, oh, that's the heart. Right? Well, it's no different. No foot, no horse. What is vital on that horse is his feet. And so this just guessing around, and, you know, like we already see where these farriers on these draft horses, because it's popular, they grow the pillars out and make their feet big and flat and square. We know there's a foot in there. You just can't do that stuff and not have the horse suffer. You know, I want shoes that fit on my foot. So the hoof capsule is just a shoe. And the horse has a foot in there. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to finish reading this. He says, our most reliable information to date comes from observations. Yeah, that is exactly why TACT is working, because now for 18 years, you know, I started doing barefoot trimming. My horse loved to run. He kind of quit loving to run. You think I noticed that? Yeah. And so I observed that the trim didn't seem to be developing the rock cruncher I was promised. And since I'd been around rock crunchers out in Wyoming, around wild horses a lot, okay, I knew what they could do. All right, and my horse was doing nothing of the kind, but yet I was doing the trim. Now I have my trims documented, so they can't be saying, well, she did it wrong. Okay, I've got 10 years of me doing natural barefoot trimming documented on YouTube. And so anyway, now I forgot what I was going to say. Well, that's because whatever. Anyway, so I know that those trims, see, horses can go barefoot, and this is something that we have to explain to people. Barefoot is great. All right. Going without shoes is wonderful. It's the natural way of the horse. Alexander the Great's army took over the whole then known world in like two or 3 years on barefoot horses, traveling constantly. And the only time they had to slow down was for 2 weeks. They had to stop and let the horse's feet grow. Horses were meant to go without shoes, but I'm not against shoes either. Whatever it takes for that horse to be comfortable, I'm for that. But I am for understanding the foot and being anatomically correct. So you want your farrier, and we assumed this whole time that they knew what they were doing, because they assume it too. Most of them have no idea about the history behind what they believe. Okay, so he says, how could 45 degrees ever have been accepted as proper? But it was. See, that is really, really, really low. What determines proper hoof angle? Now, see, the reason I'm reading this, and we got to always come back to the fact that this deals with your heel height, and heel height determines frog pressure. He says, what, if anything, do we really know about hoof angles? There have been many observations and theories on hoof angles, but very little experimental work has been done regarding them. Okay, now see, he gives his references here. These would be men who wrote on the foot of the horse. Much research remains to be done. He gives again, that's a quote from somebody else's research. The means to accurately assess the effects of hoof angle are now available. Yeah, because somebody invented a hoof gauge. Here's 2 more guys that wrote about the hoof. Well, 5 guys there. Okay, so he gives a short little history thing here, and this is very important for you to understand. The earliest recorded advice, let me make this bigger. Hold on a second here. Okay, the earliest recorded advice on hoof angles comes from Simon of Athens in 430 BC. And then Xenophon, that's how I pronounce it, 380 BC. Xenophon was a general in the army of Alexander the Great. And so he wrote on how to choose a war horse. Being as Alexander traveled on his horse Bucephalus barefoot, okay, without shoes. I'm going to say without shoes. from Macedonia clear over to into India and Egypt, right? And Israel and every other nation along the way, conquering every single one of them. He conquered them all, his empire. All right, so they were all on barefoot horses. And so that's why we want to go to the Greek reliefs, the Greek statues of the time, because they were realists. They were into gaining knowledge, the study of anatomy. And so you look at the human and how those artists, those sculptors sculpted the human being and then the horse and the horse's foot. And you see that all those horses had heels. Okay. So it says, Xenophon says, in buying a horse, the first thing you ought to look at are his feet. High ones, and he's talking about heels. Keep what is called the frog well off the ground, while horses with low hoofs, low heels, walk with the hardest and softest part of the foot at once, like knock-kneed men. Simon says that their hollow ringing sound is proof of good feet, and he is right. Clop, clop, clop. There is no change in this attitude for 2,000 years. Okay, we're talking about from 380 BC to, well, 2,000 years until the middle of the 18th century. That'd be the 1700s. That always confused me. I think, like, is that the 18 something? No, the 18th century, that'd be the 1700s. All the well-known writers recommended a high hoof angle. What is that? High heels with no frog pressure. And if you look at that video I did, the several videos I did on how the digital cushion and the frog works, you see where I push the pastern down and you see the heel spread apart and the frog descends to the ground. It's meant to descend and push back up. It's meant to be flexible, not to bottom out and just be hard and with no room. So he says, there is no change in this attitude for the next 2,000 years until the middle of the 18th century. All well-known writers recommended a high hoof angle. And when I show you this book over here, where he compiled the amount of people who have written on the foot, you're going to be blown away. Okay. In 1556, Blundeville recommends when trimming, see, we still have all these writings, people, recommends when trimming to remove more material from the toe than the heel. The heels are to be left strong. Smith, 1976. In 1585, Clifford says to pare the foot as little as possible at the heels, but to pare it well at the toe. That's Smith in 1976 also. In 1664, Solicel. How well read is this dude that's writing this? Now, you got to remember, when you get past 100 years ago, that's all people had was horses. How important was the horse, right? So it shouldn't surprise us when we see, although it did surprise me, the amount of research and people who have written on it. It's mind-blowing. So he says, in 1585, Clifford says to pare the foot as little as possible, but to pare it well at the toe. In, where am I at? In 1664, Solicel urges that the heels of the forefeet, the front feet, are not to be cut away, but left strong. Bridges in 1752, although he said the horse with low heels is scarce fit for anything but the plow, may have been the first to say that hooves could be too upright. Well, that was his opinion. Those feet, well, yeah, too much heel, I imagine, you know. Those feet whereupon the hoof is upright and strong and the frog small, oh, well, upright and contracted is not good, right? Will not endure traveling with expedition, because they went on a lot of expeditions back then. Look at that. It was 1752, you know, so they went on a lot of expeditions. Look, they were going all over the world, taking it over. All right. So we're exploring because we're going to take over. On hard stony roads, the turf and parade will suit them best. Okay. So accepted angles change from high to low, introducing frog pressure and expansion. Then something changed. Something strange happened. Lafosse in 1754 broke with more than 2,000 years of tradition and experience by recommending a low hoof angle, half moon shoes, also called tip shoes, and frog pressure. Say now a half moon shoe, tip shoe, that means it only goes on the front half of the foot, and so the heels are left bare. And the reason the heels are left bare is because it was very hard to cut heels down that far to still get frog pressure. That is why he had the half moon shoe. Unfortunately, today we have farriers that are trimming the heels below the frog so that when they put the shoe on, the foot will still have frog pressure, because this doctrine was magnified and spread around by the barefoot trimming movement, okay, through Dr. Boker and different people like that. So see, Dr. Boker didn't come up with this. If you don't know who he is, look who he is. He's an academic, you know. So he hobnobbed with the barefooters and picked up their doctrines, and then it worked its way into academia through grants, and then it spit itself out on the other side into farriery, and now you have all the farriers trimming the heels way down to force frog pressure with the mistaken idea it builds up the foot, when in reality it's destroying the feet. So he says, Lafosse said, shoe him after my method, because it will oblige him to press upon the frog, which is the natural. See, watch out for this natural stuff. Okay, they really overuse that. Nature, natural, yeah. Which is the natural point of support for the flexor tendon. That was his opinion. It was wrong in theory as it was in practice. Lafosse's low angle and frog pressure theory met with some acceptance and some resistance. The master farriers of Paris published a refutation of shoeing with short shoes at a low angle. French name, 1758. All right. Osmer notes that when he tried Lafosse's method on his own hunting horse, the horse became lame in both front legs the first time he rode him. I'm going to tell you that this has been happening to a lot of these horses. They've been trimming barefoot. You go take these horses that got pretty good heel on them and you just butcher them down. They do become lame. And then what happens? You get this well, you know, it's transition. You know, my horse went through transition for 10 years. Till I realized, well, we're trimming the heels out of him, and I started allowing him to have his heel back, and he started getting better immediately. So he says, nonetheless, Osmer also advocated a low hoof angle, frog pressure, and short shoes. Oh, here, this is what I was telling you about. just not quite so low and short. Okay, and Lafoss's method spread because a horse can adapt. Okay, but it's still causing damage in his body, in his tendons, in his joints, in his ligaments, right on up the leg, into the back, into the neck. See? In 1791, Sandbell, the first head of the London Veterinary College, followed Lafoss's thinking. Smith notes, John Lawrence tells us, Sandbell lamed many horses by lowering the heels too suddenly and committed other errors in shoeing. You would think they'd get a clue, wouldn't you? When they have farriers, the traditional farriers telling them you can't do that, you can't do that, but they just can't take it. And see, here's the thing. They were so impressed by Lafoss's book. And I found his book online for sale, like an original copy at an antique auction place. Man, that thing had fold outs. It was like high quality. So people are impressed with that stuff. And even if it's a lie, because somebody wrote a book and they put a bunch of fancy pictures in it, everybody wants to follow it. So, okay, so where are we at here? Sandbell lamed many horses by lowering the heels too suddenly and committed other errors in shoeing. Then, okay, Sandbell dies. He was, they started the London Veterinary School in 1791. He dies in like 1793 or so. And then the king appoints this guy, Edward Coleman, who was a physician, had never worked with horses, had never shot a horse in his life. He was a medical physician, appointed him as the head of the school. And he was the head of the school for the next 30 some years. And he started writing and trying to invent shoes and get them patented, because anybody that could figure out how to keep horses sound and do this, well, then they could make a lot of money. See? And so he ran that school with an iron fist, and only his ideas came out of it. And so for the next 30 years. So how established now is this thinking in the whole veterinary field? What are they always telling you? Oh, I think their heels need lowered. That's what they always say. That's because of this tradition here. So Edward Coleman, who is the head of the London Veterinary College from 1994, see, I told you Sandbell died in 1793, to 1839. How many years is that? That's 39, 46, something like that. That's a long time for a guy to rule with an iron fist over what can be said about horses' feet and what can't. But he had no experience with horses or shoeing. Followed Sandbell both in the position and in his theories. And Sandbell followed who? He followed Lafosse. Coleman preached frog pressure and a low hoof angle. See, now he's going to talk about Bracy Clark. I don't think he really understood or knows Bracy Clark. Because I've read Bracy Clark's, well, most of his book. And Bracy Clark did not at all believe in frog pressure. Like, not at all. He talks constantly against it. And he says Bracy Clark, 1809, even though he had read Xenophon and many other historical texts in favor of a higher hoof angle and no frog pressure. And even though he despised Coleman, he doesn't tell you why he despised Coleman. It was because Coleman despised him and constantly talk behind his back, constantly told the students that he was crazy and didn't know what he was doing. Things like that. Uh-oh, I gotta mute somebody. Oh, I guess they muted themselves. So, uh-oh. Let me find that person. Just a second. Da, 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 da. Well, I guess they muted themselves. Oh, I think it was Masha. Oh, somebody's
Linda.
not muted.
It's Claudia.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi,
How long have you been here?
since the moment.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
You just got in. Well, we're going through the history of lowering the heels, how it crippled horses, how even though it was crippling horses, they just kept doing it. Say that for 2,000 years, they taught that horses should have heel and the frog should have room. And then in the 1750s, a guy comes up, he wasn't even a farrier, nothing else, writes a big fancy book and says, no, horses need frog pressure, cut the heels off. And all the horses were going lame, but people just kept doing it. So that's kind of where we're at here. Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna mute you. All right, so Laplace's low angle and frog pressure theory met with some acceptance and some resistance. I already read that. Where we are. Okay, Bracy Clark, even though he had read Exonovon and many other historical texts in favor of a higher hoof angle. What are we talking about here? Higher heels. Okay, this is the whole deal. High heels, higher hoof angle, low heels, for the most part, lower hoof angle. Now, it kind of changes up if you get a real long toe and a flat foot. You know, that can kind of alter things as well. But in general, high heels, higher hoof angle on the dorsal wall. Low heels, lower hoof angle on the dorsal wall. So even though this is all about hoof angles, we're talking about heels. And what is the big deal in TACT, the anatomically correct term? It's all about the heels, right? For the most part, that you over trim the heels, it reduces the size of the hoof capsule and binds the foot, just like Chinese foot binding. And when you restore the heels, it enlarges the hoof capsule and relaxes the inner foot so that the capsule shoe fits correctly and functions correctly. So, okay, so Bracy Clark, even though he had read Exonophon and many other historical texts in favor of a higher hoof angle and no frog pressure, even though he despised Coleman, still preferred the frog to make contact with the ground and therefore a low angle. You know, I just don't know about that. You know, anyway, with the two most, get this. These were the two most influential writers at the time. But who won? Coleman won. Because he ran the vet school. He pumped out all the vets. See, so they went out into their walks of life and into their communities, taking this doctrine with them. So it says, with the two most influential writers on farrier of the time, Coleman and Clark, promoting low hoof angles and frog pressure. What else promotes low hoof angles? Well, low heels and frog pressure. Natural barefoot trimming, okay, which is based on I found out, you know, I've been saying for a while, it's based on one dead horse that wore his heels out. No, it's not. It's based on Jamie Jackson's picture, where he actually removes the heels and has no heels at all. and then has a picture of the little bulbies on the ground and says that the heel should be 1 centimeter high. That's what the whole system is based on. So, okay, so it says low angles and frog pressure, the ideas became firmly established. Well, you know what? You can get a high angled dorsal wall and totally worn out heels too if you keep trimming the toe back, trimming the toe back, trimming the toe back. Because we've learned that not only does the back of the foot get pulled down and forward and under, but then if you start trimming that toe back and that dorsal wall stays established, that foot will start bending and the coffin bone itself will start moving back at a steeper angle. So even if you have a ground parallel coffin bone, you can actually bend that foot back and make it steeper. I found that out. So it says J.W. Winter was the low point in hoof angles. In his book, The Horse in Health and Disease, published in 1852, he recommended 32 degrees for the front feet. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine that. And 35 degrees for the hind. That is such a low angle for the dorsal wall. How steep the dorsal wall is. How you could even do that, how you could even make it that way. You'd have to like flare the toe way out or something. I just don't even know how you could do that. Although there was all this talk on specific degrees, apparently no one bothered to measure hooves while shoeing until the late 19th century. Fleming, now here's another book that people need to know about and start to read, which is Fleming, George Fleming. I learned about him before I learned about Bracy Clark. George Fleming wrote a book called Horseshoes and Horseshoeing, Their Origin, Uses, and Abuses. Okay, now even though it's talking about horseshoeing, okay, what do you do before you shoe the horse? You trim them, right? So you have a belief in your head of how the foot should be prepared and how the foot works and all this stuff. And that is why you prepare the foot the way you do to put the shoe on it. So it is the trim. So it says, although there was all this talk of specific degrees, apparently no one bothered to actually measure a hoof while shoeing until the late 19th century. That'd be the 1800s. Fleming is the first to mention a gauge for the purpose of measuring hoof angles while shoeing. On ordinary occasions, causing the horse to stand on a level floor and viewing the hoof in profile a few places off is sufficient to inform one of the angle. But to ensure attention to this matter and prevent mistakes, I have contrived a little instrument. Fleming was also much more rational in suggesting 50 to 60 degrees is a proper range for hoof angles. Lungwitz believed that the hoof angle should match the angle of the long pastern bone, no matter how low the pastern was. So if your horse has DSLD and his pasterns are almost horizontal, then I guess your dorsal wall is supposed to be horizontal. Have no vertical to it at all. You see how these people just come up with these bogus ideas and put it on the horse to the horse's detriment. Says of the 14 horses that Lungwitz did hoof expansion experiments on, only 3 had hoof angles greater than 50 degrees. 2 of the horses that Lungwitz experiment with had 36 degrees. From Lungwitz at the turn of the century until just recently, there has been little change. So for the last 250, remember, this is written published In 1991, and even though there's not a date on it, I'll show you how I can tell. It says from Lungwitz at the turn of the century until just recently, there in 1991, or improvement in the understanding of hoof angles. However, in the last, get this, so Hemmerling says, however, in the last 25 years, there has been some rethinking. Canfield, 1966, suggests that proper hoof angles could fall anywhere between 45 and 65 degrees, and that the hoof pastern and shoulder angles should all match. Adams, this is, I've showed stuff from their book before, how they have to draw pictures of the anatomy because they can't find a foot that will match their incorrect understanding. They do this in, this would be Adam and Shishak's Lameness in Horses, which is like the Farrier's Bible. Okay. And so in the front of that book, it has a picture of a foot outside of a capsule, but it's a drawing and it's drawn incorrectly so that it will match what they believe about how the foot is only concave, it doesn't have a sole ridge, all this stuff. Also doesn't have where the coronary band extends past the back of the foot up to a half an inch or more where the heel buttress grows. And so when you trim the heels out of these horses by constantly lowering the heel to try and get frog pressure, that sidewall and the coronary band that grows the buttress, since you ain't got a buttress anymore, it wraps itself around the back of the foot, and so it just looks like there at the back of the foot, inner foot, the bulb is flat. It doesn't have that part of the coronary band that grows the heel buttress. And like on my pony, because I didn't support her feet for that short period of time, how her heels wrapped back around and clear up next to the frog. And I'm kind of wondering if sometimes these heels don't get so wrapped around that they actually are growing, but everybody thinks it's part of the bar. Some of these bars that are super thick, you know, I wonder if some of that might be heel buttress. But anyway, okay, so he says, where are we at here? We'll just start here. Wait a minute. Okay, Adams recommended following the pastern angle, but not lower than 45 degrees. Emery, you see, now the thing I want you to notice, nobody ever talks about the back of the foot. They'll talk about the shoulder bones, they'll talk about the bony column, they'll talk about the coffin bone, but 2/3 of the back of the foot is cartilage and fat, and you never hear about it. It's like it doesn't exist. You know, how could well, wait, I'm going to show you this book here in a minute. Like I said, it's going to blow your mind. Well, it did mine. So he says, Adams recommend the following pastern angle, but not lower than 45 degrees. Emery, Miller, and Van Hoosen recommended that only the shoulder should be a guide. So your farrier's looking at the shoulder, and then he's looking at the hairline. Okay? Or, well, let's see, how do they do that? They're looking at the shoulder blade on the side or the front. I don't know how they do it. Either way, then he's looking at the horse's hoof capsule, and I guess he lengthens or lowers the heel depending on what he thinks he's seeing in that shoulder. Okay, that I can't even imagine doing that. But anyway, it said only the shoulder should be used as a guide, as the pastern angle was subject to change and therefore unreliable. These and a number of other suggestions regarding hoof angle. Okay, mute that person there. I'm going to mute you. There we go. Okay, these and a number of other suggestions regarding hoof angle have been presented in the last 25 years. Let's take a closer look. Okay, so he's going to go through the different guidelines here. I'm not going to read all this, but everybody needs to understand this stuff and read it. Why do you need to read it? Because you're going to be dealing, if you have any interest at all in changing this, okay, you have to know the history. You have to know why people believe what they believe. We're just starting out here. Okay, so 45 degrees, somebody come up with that. And then shoulder angle, average 55 to 57, somebody come up with that. Notice, look at all the references he's given to people who have written about it. All right. Okay, pastern angle gives the history of that. Going clear down into here. Okay, coffin bone. All right. Gives the history of that. Da, 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 da. Why they're basing it on that. Frog. The frog derives its position from the coffin bone and the DDFT tendon. Oh, really? Okay, Redden. You know who that is, don't you? Rick Redden. Okay, Rick Redden, he developed the 4-point trim, which is just a plagiarized version of Gene Ovenick's research. So anyway, in my opinion, so frog, weight distribution from heel to toe, 55 degrees. See, look, you got them all believing different things. Okay, here we go. Nature. Now, why not let nature tell us what the degree of the dorsal wall should be, the angle? Now, I told you he wrote this in 1991 or 92. Okay. So he had heard Jamie Jackson had been going around doing talks at different like hoof symposiums and conferences and stuff like that. And one of the reasons I know that is because, see, I met a guy when me and my husband lived in Kalispell, Montana, and we worked for this guy named Butch Clark, and he had a little ranchette, a little millionaire's ranchette there. And he had started one manager talked him into raising horses. So he started raising quarter horses. Then another manager said, oh no, you need paint horses. Talked him into buying this $high paint stud that shouldn't have been a $high paint stud. And then they had all these grade mares, well, quarter horse mares, solid colors. And so they were breeding this paint, black and white paint stud to all these quarter horse mares and getting grade paints. What do you call it? Breeder stock paint? You know, so how much money do you think he's making off of that? So, but his manager was making a lot of money because first of all, he talked him into buying that horse, and I'm sure he probably got a kickback. Anyway, so he'd fired that manager and he hired us. And we talked him into getting rid of all the horses except what he rode and just doing first calf heifers, which then he could make some money on that, you know, and stuff. Because unless you're already rich, you ain't going to make no money raising horses. That's just not going to happen for you. So unless you got something really super special, you know, but you're going to have to sacrifice a lot. The thing was, this guy wasn't going to make any money. But anyway, his son, whose name was Butch Clark, he was the one that came out and trimmed the horses. And when were we there? Trying to think. 1996, 95 or 96 was when we were there managing that ranch. And so his son come out to trim these horses. And he was telling me about this guy named Gene Ovenick that had researched wild horse feet. And man, it just rang a bell with me because being raised in Wyoming on the Red Desert, I've been around wild horses. In fact, I had some friends there too that had a ranch that was right in the middle of wild horse country, and their ranch horses ran right next to wild horses. They even had a stallion, a thoroughbred stallion, a bunch of mares that had his own band, and there was kind of a natural boundary was all between the two, but it was basically all open range. And so their ranch horses, they never shod their ranch horses. I remember thinking at the time, that's kind of strange, but whatever. I thought, boy, how can they do that? They never shoe these horses. Surest footed horses you ever seen. Okay, so I was around a lot of wild horses there in the Red Desert. And so when this guy's telling me that this is a trim based on the wild horse, okay, it just clicked a bell. And so that we were there in like 96 or something like that. Through a set of circumstances, we quit that place. My husband was just not the kind to work on a ranchette. You know, he just wasn't into that. He'd worked on big cattle ranches his whole life, and so he wanted to move on. So we were there 2 years managing that place for that guy, and then we left. Well, through a set of circumstances, we wind up in Kansas. Pretty much quit doing the big ranch thing there, because we both worked on ranches for a long time, taking care of doctoring cattle, the whole shebang. So we moved to Kansas, and I've told this story before about how we kept one mare that had been a good old cow pony. And I just felt that we needed to honor her and, give her a lifelong home. We couldn't keep the rest of our horse. We just couldn't afford it. And so found good homes for them. And so we moved here, but we did keep that one mare. My Schwann man had this stallion, Mr. Masterbug. He was an All-American Futurity winner. He had a grandson of Mr. Masterbug. Bred that mare. I got Valor. At 6 months, I'm having a farrier come every 6 weeks, calls like clockwork. And I'm noticing as Valor is getting 2, that his feet are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And he's also getting graveled. Meaning that's when the white line separates and a little piece of gravel gets up in the white line. It'll just work its way up the hoof wall and pop out. And you'll see a little crack. And so I wasn't liking that at all. I wasn't liking the fact his feet were getting bigger and bigger. Because when I was a kid and the farriers would shoe, they'd look at a horse and they say, oh my God, that horse is platter footed. Or he's got feet as big as dinner plates. And so I thought it was some dreaded disease, and I noticed that my colt of my old age, this well-bred horse, is becoming platter footed. So I'm kind of freaking out on that. Okay, don't want to go into the whole thing, but come to find out, the reason my horse was getting platter footed is because of the farrier's pasture trim. Because the farrier comes out and he takes the wall just barely down to the sole, might even leave the wall above the sole. Then the horse walks around, exfoliates what's there. Then he's got 1/4 of an inch or more of wall right soon after he's trimmed above the sole. Well, then that leverage just starts stretching his foot out, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and around like a dinner plate. And so through that reasoning, my farrier, after I asked him if he could check out this other kind of trimming, he never called back. And he had come to trim this horse like clockwork. I didn't even have to call him, every 6 weeks. And so anyway, so I thought, well, I'm gonna learn to trimming myself. I thought, I wonder if there's any more information on the internet about that trim based on wild horses. And so I was trying to remember that guy's name, Gene Ovanek. So I looked it up, and sure enough, he had a website, and there were directions on how to trim. And so I spent 2 weeks studying that, and then we already had the tools, because my husband actually did shoe horses at one time, ranch horses. And so I already had the tools and everything. So I thought, well, I'll just learn to trim them myself. And so I followed Gene Ovenick's trimming protocol. Now, what most farriers do is they bring the heels back to the widest point of the frog. And this constantly lowers the heels and trims the heels out over time. If the horse has a big, thick frog with a lot of thickness, then he's not going to get his heels trimmed out as soon as quick. But if the horse, as the frog wears down, you're going to wind up taking the heels down more and more and more and more, and reducing the whole size of the foot capsule and everything like that. If you don't bring back the toe will shoot forward. So this is what I learned. And so it just made sense with me, being from Wyoming, that, you know, okay, you do this, you do that, and presto changeo, you got a rock cruncher. You know, take the heels down, leave the toe, leave the frog, and what else? Make a Mustang roll. Well, guess what? It didn't work, and it doesn't work for a lot of horses. And see, I absolutely know horses can go barefoot, but see, because I believed that, that's what kept me doing that trim for 10 years. Because I started with Gene Ovenick's, then I went to trimming from the top, which was these other gals. And then I got off Pete Ramey's page, thinking it was his trim when it wasn't, because it was easier. And then just different people followed different people, different ideas. They developed a lot of my own ideas and stuff like that, but all incorrect. And so my horse was never no rock cruncher, I guarantee you. And trim my pony into mechanical laminitis. A lot of people are trimming their horses into mechanical laminitis with these trims. And so, you know, this just made sense to me, this trim based on a wild horse. And so that was in 2005. All right. So by then, these barefoot trims had been established. But when Henry Hammerling was writing this article, Jamie Jackson was just starting out. He had not written his book yet. And the reason I know that is because in where it gives the references down below, Hammerling did not read Jamie Jackson's book. Hammerling talked to him personally. See? And so this Rich Clark that originally told me about this so-called trim based on wild horse hoof study, which was Gene Ovenick, he rode with Gene Ovenick and learned to shoe from Gene Ovenick. And they went to a talk that Jamie Jackson gave on all this. And Ovenick was interested because Ovenick had done wild horse research on the feet. And so that would have been there in the early 90s. And so Hammerling learned this here from Jamie Jackson before Jamie Jackson published his book called, I got it right here. Where is it? Oh, just a second. It is called The Natural Horse. Okay? Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care. So we're going to read this here. So why not use nature as a guide? What are the hoof angles of horses in a natural environment? Horses roaming free in the western U.S. have hoof angles of 50 to 65 degrees, with the vast majority between 54 and 58 degrees. Jackson, 1991. That's when this book here was published. Okay, these free roaming horses, and the reason that he says that is because when we go down to the credits and the references, okay, he says that Jackson said he was going to have his book published in 1991. So that is the only reason he puts that reference there. And the reason I'm making a point about this is because when you go to the conclusions, okay, and what he said previously, that in the last 25 years, people had been advocating for higher heels. Okay, well, that was until Jamie Jackson comes in and starts advocating for low heels again. And because of social media and everything else, well, that thing took off like a rocket. That's why we're all here. This is why we are all here at this Hoof Chat right now. This is why everybody that has done barefoot trimming and it didn't work because of what this man reintroduced, something that for 250 years has been crippling horses the whole time. This is why we're here. Do you think it's important to know why you're here? Do you think it's important to know why, if you keep taking the heels down to force prog pressure, that it's going to destroy your horse's feet? Do you think it's important to know why some horses manage to get by with feet like that and yours didn't? See, I've been fighting for this ever since I started these hoof groups. Okay, people did not want me to talk about this stuff. Oh, this is, according to them, I'd be dissing Jamie Jackson. Well, I'm just telling you what he believes and what he teaches, just like these other people up here. All these people, different things, you know. Am I dissing somebody to tell you that he is teaching you things that are not correct? I'm not the only one that believes it. Look here, there's a history of it. Okay? So why not use nature's guide? Okay. These free roaming horses also had much healthier hooves and legs than the average domestic horse. He's quoting what Jamie Jackson said. Jamie Jackson said that his observation over 2 years of some 2,000 feral horses, he never saw a lame one. They seek out firm, dry ground. Occasionally, bands of feral horses. Why would some horses seek out? You know what? The Sand River horses don't. They're down there in the river all the time. Anybody ever heard of the Sand River horses? They're in Utah. Is it Utah? Can't remember where they're at. Anyway, occasionally bands of feral horses would be forced to stay in wet areas for a while and their feet would deteriorate. Well, let me tell you what, my horse has been in a wet area for over a month now. I've been soaking his feet, and his feet have just gotten better. So, but here's the thing. We know that if a horse has worn his feet out, his heels out, and his feet aren't correct, then a lot of times if they get in the water and their feet expand, it can kind of turn into a bad deal. It says in measuring hoof angles of about 200 of these feral horses, I'll tell you, it was 107. Okay, see, has anybody but me ever seen men describe a fish? Is my husband the only one that does that? Well, he was this big. He was this big. Well, I was there when he caught it. Okay, it was only that big. You know, a lot of times men exaggerate. All right, people exaggerate because this does not agree with what he says in his book. Okay, says in measuring hoof angles of about 200 of these feral horses, he found hardly any with hoof angles of less than 54. That's true. And there were none with angles of less than 50 degrees. In the 19th century, now see what he don't tell here is what Jackson has in his book on angles is he uses only the coffin bone period. And he says that you cannot determine angle by raising or lowering heels. You're not going to change the angle. That the angle is determined by the coffin bone alone. And so he came up with his own theory that is number 3 different from any of these people here. So, in the 19th century, it was also observed that naturally strong, dry hooves are high in angle. Moisture has a well-marked softening and weakening influence on the horn. Now, I'm going to show you my horse's feet. See, the only reason moisture has a softening and weakening influence is if the horse's feet aren't right to begin with. If the horse's feet are anatomically correct to begin with, everything on that foot prevents and keeps too much moisture from coming in, and it also is made to keep too much moisture from leaving it. And I have noticed that the better, more anatomically correct my horse's feet get, it's almost like water feeds them. It's totally different than anything they say here. And on that hoof group that I'm on, and like I say, I don't like to get on hoof groups because it breaks my heart to see what people are going through, and I have to be real careful what I say or I'll get kicked off. You know? So anyway, I just don't get on hoof groups for that reason, but I happen to be on a hoof group and they are constantly saying, oh, moisture destroys the foot, moisture destroys the foot. So on Valor's hooves, I trimmed him 3 or 4 weeks ago. I haven't picked up a foot. He's been in the mud and the slush. Well, it's rained here several times, believe it or not. It's been awesome. But also, I got a big mud hole. I put a wagon in there and I feed him a flake alfalfa in the morning, flake alfalfa at night, and he's got to stand in that mud hole for like half an hour munching on his hay. So I've been keeping his feet constantly wet. I'll also spray his stall down, not so that it's real muddy, but so it's moist. And all that's happened is his feet have gotten better and better and better. But see, now you wouldn't want to do that with the horse whose feet are really trimmed out, because the foot would expand and might burst out of the capsule, because the capsule has been made too small for the actual horse's foot. The periopal, it shrinks and it grows over things and it binds the foot into that capsule to keep the horse from losing the capsule. And so you have to grow some capsule onto that horse before you allow too much moisture, because you don't want the foot to burst out. So it says here, Smythe also observed, where am I? Wait, just a minute. I lost my place. We find the drier the climate, the stronger the horn of the horses reared in it. Well, and horses wear their feet out in the wild too. You know that? They wear their feet out. They bind their feet in the wild, just as depending on the terrain and the moisture in the terrain, things like that. The more upright are the hooves and the more concave are the soles. The more upright the hooves, the more concave the soles. Well, when the hoof capsule shrinks, it bends the foot. When the foot is bent, it makes the sole look very concave. That's how that works. That's not the true anatomy. So it says, when the horn of the wall and sole is weak, it cannot efficiently support the weight thrown on the leg, and the foot will have a tendency to become flat, whatever. Smythe also observes the same. The foot is hardest and most enduring in native ponies. Most of these moorland ponies possess rather small upright feet with an inclination of 55 to 60 degrees. A characteristic of a native pony feet is their high upright heels together with the hardness of the horn. Okay, so and then he talks about how hoof angle and all this affects the function of the foot, the effects of hoof angle. He goes into that. How low is too low? How high is too high? Conclusions. All right, so I'm going to read you the conclusions. Then I'm going to show you this book he compiled. For the first 2,000 years of recorded hoof care, a high hoof angle without frog pressure. So that means the horse has heels, see, was universally recommended. For about 2 centuries following that, a low hoof angle with frog pressure was recommended by an influential majority of non-farrier riders. In the last 25 years, 1991, he talked to Jackson in 1990. The barefoot movement had not taken off yet. In the last 25 years, as more research has been done, the pendulum, I always think of that movie, The Pit and the Pendulum. Anybody ever watch that with Vincent Price? Okay, it was a scary movie. Pendulum was not a good thing. In the last 25 years or more, research has been done. The pendulum of opinion has swung back to recommending a higher angle with no frog pressure. Well, God forbid that Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser ever came along, people, because what they did, they swung the pendulum back, and it has been back, and that's all that you hear about now. Frog pressure builds up the digital cushion. That's all you hear about. And so it doesn't. It destroys the foot, but they don't know what they're looking at. All evidence indicates that a healthy hoof angle is one of 54 to 60 degrees without frog pressure. Without frog pressure. With heel. With heel. We know that what range of angles to find, we know in what range of angles to find and keep healthy hooves. We do not yet know precisely what mechanism determines the most healthy angle. First of all, it's not about angle, people. It's about the shoe fit in the foot. It's about whatever angle the foot is. That's what angle it should be. Whatever the foot is, however the foot is built, that's the angle. A well-fitted hoof capsule is going to be the angle that the foot makes it. Now, they do range within certain degrees, that is for sure. But that is not what it's about. It is about understanding and knowing that inner foot and how that capsule should fit it, and especially the configuration of the whole back 2/3 of the foot, that they totally, obviously doesn't exist. Okay, so we do not yet know precisely what mechanism determines the most healthy angle, though it is clearly related to the distribution of weight in the hoof. If, as I believe, the navicular bone shares with P2 the function of bearing the horse's weight, them and their weight bearing. See, and this guy, he's a great guy. Like I said, I cried when I found out he was dead. He says, then that may explain why an angle of 54 to 60 degrees is most healthy. This hypothesis will be explored in a future article. Okay, in my opinion, from what I have seen of how the foot is built, how that digital cushion is jammed in under that navicular bone and in the whole back of the foot, the way that pastern, the weight of the horse descends, the coffin bone never bears the full weight of anything. Okay, because there is so much suspension built into the leg and the foot that the back of the foot is bearing weight, but because of the suspension, unless the horse is just standing completely still, even then, the weight distribution is just not directly pressing down on that foot. And so I'm just thinking about how all that works. There's so much suspension built into the leg and the pastern and the digital cushion and the frog and the deep digital flexor tendon and all the tendons and the angle of the pastern and the way everything moves. There's just no direct weight on any of it, hardly. It's just one big, massive engineering marvel of suspension and flexation in that whole thing. That's why when you see these horses moving, they seem to be floating on air, because they never, boom, bear weight on any one thing all at once. There is this constant movement of suspension and every little piece doing its work to keep anything from bearing all the weight. See, it's a weight sharing marvel. And again, that is why horses seem to float. Oh, unless you trim the heels out of them, then they look like, you can tell the horse ain't moving right. See, now I had a horse. I called her Regret after that racehorse. She was raised out. She was a domestically bred horse. She was thoroughbred and quarter horse. And I got her from those people I told you about. I knew that had that ranch outside of Rollins, Wyoming, the Espies, where there were so many wild horses there that you go up on the hill behind their house and there was an old wild horse trap from like 80 years previous. Okay. And so they had a bunch of colts that got stolen by a wild stallion. I know, this just like in the movies. Like when I was a kid, we'd watch shows like Fury and Flicka and The Flame, and there was these stories where the wild stallion would come and steal the ranch horses. They really did that stuff. Bachelor studs will come and steal ranch horses so he has company. Okay. And it's interesting because a stud can make horses follow him. They can make horses follow them. They can make geldings follow them. They can make, and they're really good at making young horses follow them. Let me tell you how this happens. So I learned how this happens when we're on that ranch in Kalispell, Montana. So I told you about how that guy got talked into by his worthless managers into raising breeder stock paints because he couldn't get no color out of this paint stud. And he had all those quarter horse mares, And so we had talked him into getting rid of all of his horses except the ones they rode. And he would not let me sell that stud because he paid a lot of money. He paid over $10,000 for this stud that was worth maybe $2,500, if that. He wouldn't even broke very well. And so anyway, when we got there, that stud, they'd been keeping him in a corral. And the guy was afraid to feed him. And plus he's just lazy, not the owner, but the manager that had been there before. And so what he would do, he would throw bales of hay over the fence. And so the whole corral is full of twine and stuff like that. And so first thing I did was clean out that corral and start riding that horse. And he didn't know nothing. Okay, we finally had to find somebody that could ride him because I didn't want to mess with him too much, and he wouldn't let us gild him either. And so I got somebody to ride him for a couple months. That kind of helped him a little bit, But I cleaned out that corral, but I just felt bad that he had to stay in that corral all the time, So we got rid of all the solid colored colts and the solid mares and quarter horse mares and got a bunch of yearlings. a bunch of bred heifers anyway to do first calf heifers. And so, but we still have that stud, and he wouldn't let me sell him because he paid so much for him. Well, they had their personal riding horses as well, these two old geldings. And so I thought, I told Neil, I said, I don't want to keep that stud locked up. So I'm just going to turn that stud out with those geldings, you know? So I turned the stud out with the geldings. That stud made those geldings follow him everywhere. He round pinned them in the pasture. You know, anybody that knows about round pinning, about how you move a horse off until they start looking at you, and pretty soon they stop. And when they kind of start looking at you and kind of stop, you kind of quit pushing on them. You let up on the pressure. And so then eventually they're going to figure it out that if they'll stop and turn and look at you, you quit coming in behind them. Well, the reason this works is because this is what horses do to one another. And so this stallion would not give those geldings any rest until they stopped and started following him. And he would only let them, and they didn't want to follow him either. They were like hating it. Now, he wasn't mean to them. He didn't bite them or nothing, but he would just keep moving them off and moving them. He'd get his head real low and snake it around, and he'd just move them and move them. See, now I have done this in pastures with horses you couldn't catch, is you just keep moving them off until they'll stop and kind of start looking at you and face up to you in a pasture. And so this stallion got these two geldings to follow him all over the place. It was hilarious. And they hated it. They didn't want to follow him, but they had to. See, so they became his herd, so to speak. Well, on the one end, he had he'd never been out of a corral. And so it's very interesting how this is a natural behavior for them. And so on the other end of the pasture, there was a set of corrals, and there was water in there. And so the gate was open. And so it was funny because those geldings, they'd all go over there to water. And while the stud had his back turned, the geldings would hightail it out of the corral. Well, he didn't know that you had to go to the gate to get out of the corral because he just wasn't wise yet. And so they'd try and ditch him when they went for water. And of course, he'd run the wrong way and wind up in the corner of the fence, and he'd stand over there and neigh and just get all upset until he finally figured that he had to come back the other way and go down the fence and then out the gate. And so when he finally figured that out, well, then they couldn't ditch him anymore, you know? So anyway, that was pretty funny deal. Now, why did I get off on that? Well, I don't remember. But anyway, so we left. I don't know whatever happened to that horse. I never talked to them people again, but it was an interesting experience. All right, so now this is why you're here, because people believing false teachings, people believing false doctrines. How many horses and people you think have died over this? Okay, so Bracy Clark. Now, see, what you got to do is read the introduction to Bracy Clark's book, how he will talk about how this frog pressure was laming and killing horses in droves. And if you read the book Black Beauty by Anna Sewell, she talks about the carriage horses and how they had a check rein. Check rein is a rein that goes from the back of the harness up over the head or into the bit and keeps the horse from putting its head down. And in Anna Sewell's book of Black Beauty, she says that the reason for this was so the horses would hold their heads high and look fancy. No, it wasn't. Okay, you find this out in Bracy Clark's book, that the whole reason for the check rein was to keep their heads up so they wouldn't trip. All right. And that there was one man who understood. He was a carriage owner, owned a bunch of carriages there in London. And he understood the inhumane treatment of having to do this to horses. So he decided he wasn't going to do it on his carriages. Well, his horses kept tripping, so they had to hook him up that way anyway. And so if you go and you look at pictures, you'll find this too, of all these horses with their heads stuck way up in the air, because if they didn't, they trip. So isn't that interesting? So I was just talking to somebody the other day too, who has a friend whose horse, well, the heels have been trimmed out of him, so he's got very contracted heels and he's tripping all the time. And he tripped, and actually she was harmed by that. So anyway, but in Bracey's book, he talks a lot about horses being maimed and lamed and hurt, and people being hurt as a conclusion. All right, so this is something that people need to understand. Okay, now I'm just going to show you this book here. Let me go back just a second here. Stop share and hold on. I got to find me. There I am. Pin. Okay. So here's Henry Hammerling's book. Now, let's see. Maybe I need to take this off just a second. I got this taped to my desk with not duct tape, Gorilla Tape. Holy Hannah, that stuff is strong. So let me just get this up here. Okay. All right, so here you see it. On the horse's foot, shoes and shoeing, a bibliographic record and a brief timeline history of horseshoeing by Henry Hammerling. Okay, so just a second here. What this is this is a collection of writings. It's kind of blurry. Sorry about that. This is a collection of writings of everyone who has ever written on the horse's foot. Okay, so like in the beginning, he has just authors right here, authors, starting with A. Okay, we'll get down here. Look, anonymous authors. How much did this guy have to read? How did he even find all this? That's why I say Henry Hammerling was a scholar as well as a farrier. He was inducted. Come on, get clear, stupid thing. He was inducted into the International Farriers Hall of Fame. Now, how many pages of authors are there? Let's see, let's count them. Okay, we're in the G's, H's, JKL, M. Go on, look, 1863, 1935, 1570 over here. Sorry if it's a little blurry. How did he even find this? What kind of work did this entail for this man to find this? Okay, you think they wrote on religion a lot? Looky here. Okay, you don't think this is a religion? Pretty much looks that way. Look, people got different doctrines they believe in practice, right? Just like a religion. But we want it to be a science, right? Okay, believe it just because I say so. No, thank you. Okay, S. T, U, V, W. Clear on to the Z's. So that's 20 pages of authors. Sorry, now see this thing? Come on, clear up, you stupid thing. Oh, well, now that's the way to get it to do. There you go. What did it take to compile something like this? Holy Hannah, we're only on page 20. And now, chapter 2. Let me move this. This is a chronological list of books. Simon of Athens. He gives you where to find that. What Simon says, gives the basics of it. Xenophon gives the basics of what Xenophon says. Here's some other guy, 36 BC. And the dates. 55, 350, Hippocrates, a treatise on the veterinary art. Some other guy in 480 who was a soldier writer. Leo the Emperor, that was the Holy Roman Empire, 886 to 911. So let's see here. Going into the 1300s, the 1400s, the 1500s. This stupid thing. Anyway, webcams are junk. 1500s, 1600s. All those writers we just saw, the 20 pages in alphabetical order. Well, here's a list of their books. Okay. The 1700s. I'm taking a number of pages at a time. The 1800s. See, still going. How could anybody do this? How did he find all this? How did he figure this out? This man was amazing. This book is out of print, by the way. And you know, thank you, Janet Hare, for buying me this book and sending it to me. God bless you for that. Okay, this book was out of print. The cheapest one we found was 124 bucks. And she bought it for me and sent it to me. Bless her heart. Okay, we're still in the 1800s. We're at page 159. And I'm going pages. See, I'm not just going a page at a time. Now over here, we get into the 1900s. This is all those authors. What's this here? Titles, periodicals. Oh, not just books and writings, periodicals, books. 1879, a book for every horse owner. 1160, celebrated treaty on agriculture and veterinary medicine. This is not done by date. I don't know what it's done by. These are all lists of books written on the foot of the horse for the most part. You know, some of them are like here, Anatomy of the Horse, 1499, and doesn't say who it's by. LD gives their initials, LD, and that would be the whole horse, but of course the foot is part of that, right? Here's one by J.A. 1961. This looks good. Ancient Greek horsemanship. See, there'd be stuff in there on feet. My goodness, I mean, this, I'm just like blown away. This is lists of books on the horse, on his feet. We're still going here. Lists of
Lin-
books.
Linda,
What?
we must suppose that these are the books that are translated in English.
Oh, yeah. Well, and some of them wouldn't be. Oh, yeah. Translated into English. Right. What about the ones that weren't, right?
Yes,
But-
because there would be some in Chinese or some in Arabian languages that we don't know about, but there
Yeah.
are there.
Yeah, there could be.
Ah,
See? We're still going here. Okay, now, what's this? This is American books. Oh, so what were these? Just foreign books? All these? I don't know. Oh, well, by country. Now he goes to index by country. Okay, that's what this is. So it would be all these books, but now now we're going to find out, huh? Index by country. All right. So he's got American books. Okay, we're still going on American books. Australian books. Right here, not as many. Okay, British books. Oh yeah, see it was 2 lines here on all these, not just one. British books, woo woo, lots of British books. Sorry, the picture's so bad. Czechoslovakian books, there's 1. French books. German, here's German books. All the Germans books written on the foot. So see, Angeliki, he did list all the foreign books too that weren't translated necessarily into English. Or maybe all these were translated into English. I don't know. But look, the most prolific writers have been the Americans, the English, and now the Germans, even more so than the French. And then the French. And then Hungarian, Italian, and Byzantine, Latvian books, Netherlands, Polish, Russian, Scandinavian, Scandinavian, there you go, see there? South African, Spanish, and here's unclassified. Okay. 6, and books on anatomy, physiology, and biomechanics. Well, look at all those books. Histories. Those which are primarily histories are shown in bold type. The others include short histories or significant historical facts. The best history of horseshoeing in English is Fleming's Horseshoes and Horseshoeings, 1869, which is available on Internet Archive. So, histories. Timeline. Here's a timeline he does of history. 4000 BC. First evidence of horse domestication comes from this period in the Eurasian steppes of the Ukraine. Oh, how about that? 300, and they're still making history. 3500 BC, Tubal-Cain, the first blacksmith. You know who that is, right? He's in the Bible. He's the son of Cain, the first murderer. How about that? Ha! There's got to be a lesson learned here. That's just too coincidental. Okay. He was a furbisher of every cutting instrument, copper and iron, 2000 BC. Mesopotamian plaques and correspondence of kings, blah, 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 Iron Age. Anyway, goes through a timeline of the history. Again, holy caramba. This is all about the horse's foot primarily. My goodness sakes. Okay, we're getting up to 1900s here. Okay, timeline, then he gives all the references. All the references. Timeline, references. Mistakes. Many writers have noted that mistakes have been passed. Oh, listen to this. Mistakes. Many writers have noted that mistakes have been passed on for so long that they are hard to discover and remove. Indeed, some of these mistakes form the very foundation of our beliefs about horseshoeing. Is that not a mind blower? I see, I haven't even really looked at this book yet. Not fully, but see, I've studied a lot of history, also studied the Bible, the books on that book alone, holy rumba. And so mistakes, this could be talking about religion as well. Many writers have noted that mistakes have been passed on for so long, tradition kills people, that they are hard to discover and remove. Indeed, some of these mistakes form the very foundations of our beliefs about horseshoeing. Okay, so one of the first mistakes that I found was how they're rasping down the hoof wall and thinning it out, and it was actually causing more damage. The second mistake I found was how they had a wrong understanding of the whole anatomy of the sole, that there's a sole ridge there. The foot is not just concave, and they've been carving that sole ridge out for centuries. That's a mistake. See, that's what TACT is about. TACT is about discovering their mistakes and correcting them. See, this guy, man, I'm telling you, I'm like sold with this feller. You see why I cried when I found out he died? You know, I had not read any of this. What an amazing man. It says, for the most part, these errors have been started by writers who had little or no practical experience in shoeing. Oddly, the majority of writers on horseshoeing have had little or no practical experience. How about that? Most of these errors were authored by veterinarians at the time when they were trying to differentiate themselves from and compete with the farriers. Not exactly an unbiased position from which to write about shoeing. As Smith said in 1976, in writing about Lafosse, it is remarkable how truth may be lost while error is certain of vigorous growth and longevity. Although Lafosse had some important discoveries which were lost to history, he was, if not the originator of at least a very early proponent of most of shoeing's long-lived mistakes. Other than a mention or two of greasing the hoof wall, I found no trace of any mistakes before 1750. Anyway, this is pretty interesting here. Like I said, this book is not, it would figure, not in print, you know, but every piece of crap walking, that's in print, you know, all the ones with all the mistakes, and he's got a glossary and an index. I mean, it's just amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked. Okay, now I'm gonna put my thing back here. All right, so any comments? Does anybody have anything they want to say about that?
Linda, I have something to say. I've sent you a photograph about the humidity and when you keep the hoofs wet, just to get back to that issue.
Okay.
And there is an area And many of us know the horses of Camargue. Camargue is an area in the southern France,
Okay.
and it's swamp. So they have a special breed there, known in Europe, the Camargue horses,
Oh
that
yeah.
live-
Okay.
that live all their life in the swamps.
Huh. Let's see.
So
Let
if
me-
the humidity affects negatively the hoofs, this breed, which is very valuable in Europe, would not exist. They would have no hoofs.
Yeah. Well, let's we're gonna take a look at some pictures of these. Like just looking at what I'm seeing here. Okay. let me
Yes,
see.
yes. Yes, this is the page of Camargue horses.
And then I'm gonna show you the last video I just took of Valor, who's still sitting out there, probably thinks he's starving to death. You know how they are. They're grazers. Let's see here.
So I have a
Sure.
comment on the book.
Okay.
I think it's going to be very helpful to practice my dialogue. And I'm going to start with my sister.
Okay.
My big sister, who knows so much more about life than I do,
Mm-hmm.
who always points out, well, the shoulder angle and the pastern angle. It's like, well, I really never had anything to say back. I just listened and, thought, okay, that's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
But now I can start practicing my dialogue, because it's a
Yeah.
hard conversation to have.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've been hearing about this off and on. I never dreamed it was a thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, it's a thing. I hear him talking about it. I hear him talking about the bony column and this, that, and the other pastern angle. I've heard over the years them saying things, but I had no idea the extent of the history and the writing and the beliefs and the mistakes. So this is good. See that we learn this, because then we're going to learn how to have a dialogue.
Mhm.
How to, because we have to understand not only the truth. Unfortunately, we have to understand the error and the mistakes as well. See, because then we'll know how to communicate with people. We'll know where they're coming from, why they believe what they believe, how they've been programmed,
Exactly.
So that's really great. That's really great. Who am I talking to? Because it's not showing on here.
Oh, I'm Maria Woolley from California.
Yeah. Okay. Maria.
Hi. Good to be here.
Hi. We're glad you're here.
I'm double dipping. I'm at work and doing paperwork and listening at the same time.
Well, awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Well, you betcha. Let's see. Okay, so now I got a new share on this deal here. There we go. Okay, so let's just look at these horses. So, see, I have gotten so that it doesn't matter if the foot's clean, doesn't matter what angle it's at, or the distance, if it's a whole horse I still know what's going on with the feet most of the time, just because it's so common, So let's look at these horses' feet. They live in a slough. Oh my goodness, look at that. Can everybody see that? Look at those feet. Wow. They're like beautiful. Who would think, huh? Look at the heel on that horse there. Well, this is really a cool thing that you found. Let's see. So these are the Camargue horse. Where do they live? Are these Greek horses?
No. They are French horses. They live in southern France,
Okay.
and they live in very big ranchos. And once during the year, they gather all the horses together. I have a friend there, and they brand the horses. They sell some of them in Europe, and but they live the whole time in these swamps.
In the water. Yeah, the
In the
water
water.
that's so bad on horses' feet, right?
Yes.
But since, you know, it's true that water can be destructive, but, you know, you got to have water to have life, right? So, and I noticed my horse's feet, man, they just get better and better and better. So I'm going to show you that in a minute, but pretty soon I want to look up these camargue. I'm just pronouncing that to myself. Well, poor things, and they'll get sold and go get their heels trimmed out by somebody trying to develop their foot. You know, I that's when I see wild
It's
horses.
Camargue.
Camargue.
Once in
See if we can get a good picture of a foot somewhere. Oh, here we go. Okay, kind of blurry. Oh, no, wait. Copy, save image. Oh. Okay, just a minute here. Open, and we'll look at this. Well, of course, this foot is forward and it's in the sand, but look here. See the hairline? Can everybody see that? Kind of blurry, but see, you want to look at the hairline. Let's see. Let me do an annotate here. So the hairline is right here. So about like that. That's what it's got. Doesn't look like he's suffering with bad feet to me. See, that's pretty amazing. Let's see here. Let me clear. Well, thanks for sharing that. That's an amazing thing. Okay, I'm going to take and show you the videos I did on my horse this morning. Let's see. I'm going to go first to the Facebook page to find out when I did that last sharing, when I did my pasture trim, because I was in the pasture instead of my little spot over here. So I need to make a list of books, a list of things you need to have to read to start to understand. If you are interested at all in getting to the place where we can understand to the point where we can simplify it in order to be able to reach into the minds of people and get them to start to budge and see. See? Because we're going to have to be able to do that. Okay, so because this isn't just, I mean, though we want the best for our own horses, this is not why I'm doing this, you know, and though I want to help people, that is the main reason that I continue to do this. But it's a bigger deal than that. I want the world to change. I want these mistakes to be done away with. I want the truth to come out because of the tremendous needless suffering that is going on. It's just horrendous. So anyway, where was I going? I was going to Facebook, and my computer's getting slow. I probably need to remove some stuff off of it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Okay, go to this page. We share. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm on here somewhere. Oh, here I am. What is the date? Just a minute here. Okay, so July 27th, and today is 8/15. So how many weeks is that? Can anybody tell me? Is that 2, 3, 3? 27. Well, 2 weeks, the 15th. Well, okay. It's been 14, let's see, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, almost 3 weeks since I did this trim that you're seeing here. Let's go back. And so I'm going to show you these videos I made today. Let's see if I can find myself. Okay, the first one I made was this. And I was interested in the comments. Well, now I've got 9 comments, but I had 3 comments, and the comment I thought was interesting was Megan's, which said, look how big his feet are. And so then I went, and I know his feet have been getting bigger. But then I went and I looked at the video, and I was like, yeah, they look bigger than they've ever looked before. Bigger in a good way, because originally I trimmed the foot completely out of him. Yeah, and I was thinking today about how they're always saying we've bred the feet out of these horses. Anybody ever heard that? How they say we have bred the feet out of these horses?
Oh, yes, especially thoroughbreds.
Yeah. And so, and halter horses, they say that especially about them too. Little tiny feet, you know, and stuff. But I was thinking, no, we haven't bred the feet out of them. We've trimmed the feet out of them. You know, I'm going to show you a picture. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, that's planned. Just a minute. I'm going to show you, find this picture of a comparison of Valor a few months ago and when I was at the height of my barefoot trimming. Now, I always have to clarify what I mean by barefoot trimming is a specific method, not just so that your horse can go without shoes, or as we might call it, be barefooted without shoes and be sound. When I talk about barefoot trimming, I'm talking about specific beliefs where they lower the heels to force frog pressure. And that in lowering the heels, you are gradually trimming the foot out of the horse, the capsule, making it smaller, and binding the whole back of the foot into a smaller container. That is what barefoot, when I say barefoot trimming, natural hoof care, natural barefoot trimming, as they have come to call it, which is a hijacked name because it's not natural. Because when you think of natural, you're thinking of true. You know, when we think of, we want something to be natural, we want it to be genuine, we want it to be the right thing, we want it to be the best. Okay, well, it's not the best. It's not truly natural, other than a horse could do it to his own feet in the right environment. But it is not the original true foot that the horse was born with and the horse was born to have. Okay, so that's when I say barefoot, that's what I mean. So I pretty much have to clarify that every time. Otherwise, people that don't know, they're going, well, what's wrong with barefoot? Well, you know, I want my horse to be barefoot. I want him to have the best. I want, you know, well, that's not what I mean. Well, I believe your horse can have the best. Your horse can go without shoes. Just a minute. Okay. Had to have a coughing fit. I don't even smoke anymore. Wait a minute. Just get to yapping too much. Take a drink of water. Okay.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
Suggest, can I suggest
Hi.
something for you? Hi, Linda. How are you?
Good, good.
Have you ever heard of mullein?
Of what?
Mullein? It's a natural herb. It's a natural plant.
No, I never have.
If you make tea with that or
Uh-huh.
smoke, it will clear everything out of your lungs. And it's
Really?
really good for ex-smokers.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
It's Mullein.
Nolan? Like with an N, like it's
M.
in
M money.
oh, M. Mullen.
Mhm.
Mullen. I will check that out.
Yeah, it's really, really amazing. It's really
Okay.
good.
Now, I have been a non-smoker I started smoking when I was 13, playing hooky from school. And
I
did you? And so my brain was hardwired to that.
It's a drug. It's
Yeah.
a real addictive drug.
Oh, for sure. But I quit. It's probably been 8 years.
Oh, that's so
Ago.
good.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I quit one day. I haven't had a cigarette. And so before, when I would try and quit, I would prepare. Like, you're going to have your last cigarette and you're doing all this. No, I started watching this guy's videos one morning and I watched him till noon. And the information he gave me convinced me to quit. And I never had another cigarette after that. And it wasn't easy either. It was horrible. For the first 6 months, I was like, what is the use of living? Not because I wanted to commit suicide or anything like that, but because smoking and the nicotine gives you such a sense of well-being, this satisfaction. And so I wasn't getting that anymore. And so it was like, what is life about? I mean, that's really stupid, but that's the way I felt physically. But I just kept going. And finally, all that went away. And so now I don't have any of that, thank God.
That's amazing. Overcame. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I always figured if I could do that, I could do anything, but that's not true either.
I think smoking is one of like the most hard addictions.
Oh,
Everybody,
yeah.
My grandpa died from smoking. Everybody smokes, and it's just so normal. It's such a normal, common drug, and
Oh, yeah.
it's so hard to overcome. But
Yeah, I've had heroin addicts tell me that it was easier to kick heroin than it was to quit smoking.
I heard of people saying that too, which is it's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? It's we've got such addictive personalities anyway, it seems like.
Of course, it can't have just one.
Yeah. Yeah, like Lay's potato chips. Oh, yeah, and that was the next mistake.
Oh,
Because I got to eating potato chips, and that was not a good thing to do. Beings come to find out that one of the most fattening foods there is,
it's all the preservatives in it and what they put in it.
Yeah.
It's not potatoes. It's
all that grease and oil and seasonings, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was gonna find a picture. Okay, so I'm going there once we got it. But we need to take a little break, talk about a few other things here and there. So now I forget where I'm at and what I'm doing. Oh, gee. Come here. Where are you? Just a minute. Got to move things around. Okay. Let's see. PC pictures. Valor. Okay, I know you're here somewhere where I got that picture of like worse than no heel. Um, another thing I'm going to show too is how his feet used to all be black and now they're striped. And how the pigmentation, his soles were solid gray and now they're almost all white because of the constriction, and everything that happens destroys the pigment in the hoof. So, okay, where are you here? I guess it's in another spot. Second here. But I definitely want you to see how much heel I trimmed out. Let's see. Get this down here. I just got too many pictures. Okay, well, I need one looking down at the heels. Well, if I can find it. See, and his feet got bigger. Oh, well, here, this is a good one. Still not looking down at the heels, the one I want you to see where there's like nothing there. Ah,
Hey,
I found
why-
it. What?
hey, why are they trimming quarter horse feet to be so extremely tiny and look so wrong for their body shape?
Yeah, they do, don't they?
I see that so often.
Yeah, because this is what they're being led to do, because they've been taught that they have to have frog pressure, and that frog pressure builds up the digital cushion, which is all totally bogus. And so they wind up trimming the heels completely out of the foot. And the more you trim the heels out, the smaller the capsule becomes. And because the back 2/3 of the foot is all cartilage and fat, and as you're trimming the heel out, a lot of times it strips the frog stay out from between the bulbs, so you're able to compress the bulbs and bend them totally under into the foot, fold them into the foot and then the periopal skin, it gets thicker and it grows over and around the whole thing and holds that foot in just like Chinese foot binding. And so that isn't their real foot. It's been bound in just exactly like Chinese foot binding. Have you ever seen a picture of that?
Yes. Oh, that is so sad.
Yeah, so it's being done to the horse gradually. See, so I'll show you this picture here just a minute. New share.
Well, I seen a post the other day on Facebook of this local farrier around here where I am, and the feet that, like, when she shows the before pictures and then the after pictures, the feet are getting smaller and smaller.
Yep.
And she also like takes the whole outside wall down till you can see like the pigmentation.
Yeah.
And it looks just so wrong. Like,
yeah,
it looks so horrible, and then I can just tell the horse's feet are going to be so sore and sensitive, and
yep,
they're going to go lame.
Yeah, they are, and then they're going to blame it on diet.
Yeah, it is.
See?
And especially out here, it's very rare to not have a foundered pony or horse out in this area. My neighbor's horses are all foundered horses, and it's really sad.
Yeah, it's terrible. And a lot of it, does she get them trimmed?
No, they are so out. I can go back here and show you one of the horse's feet right now, and they're just like long, cracked, quarter cracks.
Oh, so she don't get them trimmed at all.
No, they get trimmed maybe once a year, which is
Oh,
sad.
yeah.
Remember I told you it's really hard to find farriers out here?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why I am doing it all on my own now because
Oh.
I've gone through about 5 farriers and no one wants to make the drive out here.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you found us.
Me too. Well,
You know,
it was, I found, like, I knew about you from about 15 years ago or
uh-huh.
maybe 12 years ago. But then I was using Linda as my trimmer, and then we moved out here and I had no resources. And then I remembered about TACT and I decided that it was time to get into it.
Yeah, it would have been the Happy Hoof then.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah. And
Hoof.
so that would have been about this time. Thank God that you didn't, you found us now. You came back now
Yeah,
and stuff because
got
look
more educated.
yeah, look what I'm doing now. Look what I was doing then.
You were doing that really, really well, Linda.
Yeah, I was, wasn't I? You know,
Well, I kept hearing about Linda Harris. I'm like, who is she? I have to Google her. It's
that's
like,
funny.
it was like, wow, this is a thing.
It's the Happy Hoof. So okay, so this is 2011. And this is 2018. Still didn't know that the foot was bound yet. At this time, I'm just growing heel buttress. Okay, so found out in January of 2016. So 2017. So this is about 2.5 years into trying to figure this thing out. What's going on? Did not understand this at all. Didn't even know, well, I might have known about a frog stay then. Thought this was the frog stay. It's actually full of periopal. In the place of the frog stay, it's where the frog stay should be. And so, let me move some stuff here. So, let me see. Okay, that's this foot right here. Compared to, I don't know when this was. This was maybe a year ago, something like that, right here. Maybe longer than that ago, because look at the color of the hoof still. It's still kind of dark here. Let's see. Okay, so this is pretty much 2011 right here. Trying, and no matter how much I trimmed the heels out, his hairline would always lift back up. He would never get that wild horse looking foot. All right, so I'm going to show you let's see here, these videos that I took today and talk to you about that. So let me do, okay. Okay, so let me make this bigger here. Okay, just a second here. So this is the first one. I just washed the outside of his feet. I hadn't washed underneath. So this is growth from about almost 3 weeks. Just see, let me see. Share sound. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'll play this and then we'll talk about it. I'll play them both. Okay, so call me crazy here. Can you hear that? Anybody? Can you hear me talking in the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go look at pictures. But when I was washing his feet, his pigmentation has increased like dramatically. You can't hardly see it, but he never had that. He never had these big areas of pigmentation before. I don't think Okay, I'm gonna have to look to see when it's wet, you can really see it all over. He never had as much black on that foot. You can see he's getting this pigmentation from here to here. Okay, now I want you to see his frogs because it's been raining here off and on for a couple of weeks, but I feed him in a mud hole. And to go into his little barn, he has to step in a big slosh of mud and water. So his feet have been getting constant moisture for weeks. And here's the thing. I'm on this one hoof group. I don't really get on hoof groups because it's too depressing. And they don't like what I say, so they'll kick me off. But I'm on this one hoof group, which I'm not going to name. Constantly people coming on there saying, yeah, moisture ruins horses' hooves. Well, I'm going to tell you, not when you're doing TACT, not when your horse's feet are getting anatomically correct. Moisture brings them to life. So I have not cleaned this horse's feet since the last time I trimmed him, when I did what I called the pasture trim, just because I was out in the pasture. And if you don't get that, that's because a lot of people call the trim a farrier does when he is not going to put shoes on a horse, a pasture trim. This was before farriers took up barefoot trimming. And so I have not cleaned his feet once since then. So I just want to show you the frogs. Okay, that's healthy frog, thick, healthy frog, no thrush at all. I haven't cleaned the bottom of the feet. I'll have to do that. Not a lick of thrush anywhere. Let's look at the back foot. There's his frog. Not a lick of thrush nowhere. Again, from this horse's feet being constantly wet. Not a lick of thrush nowhere. Pick it up. Not a lick of thrush anywhere. No cracks. What I am seeing is that I could trim the periopal and that whole frog would probably move back. So right here, I can feel the frog stay right there. High up between the bulbs. High up between the bulbs. The high and lofty foot with the frog off the ground so that it can function correctly. The frog descends to the ground. It's part of the suspension system. It has to have movement. Anyway, so he's going to get a little trim today. I'm going to trim up some of that periopal and see. We're going to see how much his frogs are going to move back because he's got pretty good elevation there. See where his hairline is? So, let's see. Pretty good elevation. I'm going to take toe and leave heel today and clean up his frogs and his sole. Here, pick that up. I mean, this is hard as a rock. This here, hard as a rock, hard as a rock. The bowl of the sole is filling in well, I'm having a brain thing here. The sole ridge. See, when things get right, then all this sole fills in. This is awesome. Okay. Okay, so when I was washing his feet, I noticed, especially you could see it when this was wet, that there was huge pigmentation that was not quite there like that before. I mean, it was like so blatantly obvious. Well, then I started thinking, am I crazy? am I crazy? Am I just imagining this? So hold on, because I'm gonna go find a photo here so I can compare. Go down here. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it was because his feet were well, but see, I've seen him wet before, and it just looked let's see, Valor. Find a back foot. Oh, maybe I'm just crazy because now I'm looking at it and it looks the same way. So I'm probably just crazy. But it looked like the pigmentation had gotten more. Anyway, I'm probably crazy about that. Because now I'm looking at the picture and I'm kind of seeing that anyway. So I don't know why it looked different to me this morning. Oh, well. This much I do know, that the pigmentation changes the front feet. I mean, look at these front feet. Of course, this is way back when they had a groove in them. I don't want to show that picture. Let's go back to this other one. What?
Share if you have another photo. We are looking at the video.
Okay. Just a minute. I'm looking for a good picture. I don't want to share a bad one. Let's see.
Oh, come on now. You've seen
now.
Nathan's feet.
Okay, I'll share this. This is when was this? Okay, this is not the back feet like what I was talking about, but I just want you to see the pigmentation. Okay, this is 5/6/22. All right, and I'd put those easy boots on him, and they made this big groove. The pressure was on the coronary band, and then it made a big groove in the foot. And it grew out in 7 months from the top of the coronary band to the end of the toe. So you know how they're saying it takes a year to grow out a hoof? Okay, I have proof now that the better the feet are, the more they can grow. And plus, when you're trimming them like I was, it was encouraging them to grow. But I want, see, now I had black feet, but see how they're not black, but see how those easy boots, they're those easy boots with the dial. And so they were too tight right here. And so they put this in the foot. And so I watched this grow out from here to here in 7 months. I thought that was pretty amazing. So, cause I was wanting to soak the feet, right? And so I had those easy boots on and I had the boots full of moisturizer. Well, they did that. I was freaked out at first, like, oh my goodness, what it's going to do, but it grew out okay. But look at all the white in the foot. Look at the stripes. The feet used to be black, solid black, no white, solid black, and solid gray soles. And now they have white soles except for a few gray spots. And then they're cream and brown, different colors of brown, some black. See, because this trimming where you damage these feet affects the pigmentation. But I was looking at, I guess I was wrong. Maybe it just didn't show up like it usually does. Where I was looking at, I'm looking for a picture of that foot. Oh, come on, where are you? Well, I'll show you this just to show you how weird. Just a minute. New share. I'll show you this. Just to show you the different changes. The medial the right hind foot medial. Okay, just to show you. Okay, so this is when the heel was trimmed out, but the bulb did not stay bound. Do you see that? It's got the hoof is right here, but the bulb is totally sticking outside of it, right there. And so I had to grow in this hoof wall into here. And this just shows you some of the stages that foot went through. This is 2014. Still trimming the heels out here. 2016, I had been kind of starting to grow them back even in 2015. 2017, 2019, 2020. Now, because of what we know now, I think people will be able to restore their horse's feet faster than what I did. There's a lot of things I didn't know. And each thing that I have learned has improved it, you know. So I guess there is black in here, but it just looked different today. Like there was more pigmentation going on. I'm going to have to look at it and study it.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
I have a comment on that. You know,
Okay.
when a horse's body condition is healthy and they get the dapples in
Uh-huh.
their coat. So I believe that when that hoof is getting healthier and stronger, that it's going to show a more healthy color.
Okay.
Blood
Okay.
flow, right?
that-
It's probably your circulation, and
Yeah.
that's just what it reminded me of.
Okay. Well, that
For
makes sense.
Yeah, the body changes or the color changes and gets dapples and gets a little different color. I had like a black mare, and
Mhm.
she was black when I bought her. But then and she was really, really racing fit, super unnourished, and had so many health issues. And then after a year, she was like a really dappled golden bay color, like very brown.
Mhm. Okay.
And it's just really cool how their colors can change so dramatically.
Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. You know, and his hoof wall quality is looking really good. And of course, now I can see, well, no, it is changing.
It is changing because the foot is bigger.
Yeah.
The spots are bigger because the foot is bigger.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Because when I was pointing out this gray spots, how they expanded, and this part here was more clear over here. So
Yeah.
I'm not totally crazy.
No,
Okay.
you're not
Oh,
nuts.
you're
Okay.
not. You're not crazy. That's
Yay.
what's changing.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to watch the next video. And see, here's the thing. Every heel can be different. You aren't just dealing with 4 heels. You're dealing with 8. 1 on each side, you know, because like on my one horse on that medial side, that was the worst, weirdest. Well, it was the medial side on this back rear foot and the lateral side on the other foot. And like, I think it was you, Megan, that sent me the picture of the very asymmetrical foot, right? Are you still here?
Yeah, hi Linda. Yeah, it was
Hi.
me. Hi,
Yes. So Valor's foot, his left rear was really bad like that. This one, yeah. Let's see, this one here, you can't, you see it more in a frontal view than you do where you see that the whole side is asymmetrical, but it's getting better too. So yeah, so I've been dealing with that. Okay, so let's go look at this other video. So
Hey, Linda, you know what I'm thinking about when I'm looking at these pretty striped feet is the
What?
fact that, you know, striped feet and white feet aren't as healthy as black feet. You've heard that, right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah, not true, huh?
not true either.
Okay, let me get the deal here. Let's see. How long is this video? I don't think it. Okay, we'll see. Did it record? Yeah. Yeah. See, I got that tarp up to keep the sun out because you can't take good pictures in the sun. My little place that I built, it was all cool with the barn wood. The roof caved in, so I got to redo it. So I'm back behind the house with my mats. Anyway, I can't see. I can't see. There we go. All right, well, say hi, Valor. He's such a good boy. Okay, well, that's his feet. That's the before trim. I'll do a video of the after trim, too. Well, and you know the different decisions I make to keep the feet video
moving
I
along.
made
There's something I wanted to show you here real quick.
Oh, maybe it did. Let's
You need to understand. Okay, you see when you're looking at this? Okay, you see this right here? That is periopal. You see these heels curled in? Not supposed to be like that. All of this frog, this part of the frog right here is supposed to be clear back here. Can you see it now? Can you see the bulb skin there? Okay, none of this is supposed to be here. This whole frog is supposed to move back. And the heels uncurl. You can see it even more on the other one. Okay, see this? This is periopal because the bulbs are curled in like this. So it's growing over this.
Okay, do you see how this periopal is growing up here? You know, and see that heel, how it's curled around like that? It still needs to come out kind of like this, be more outward like that. And this periopal skin only covering the very back of the bulbs here, not pulled down over here. This part of the frog, this whole frog needs to move back still.
Part of the frog here. This part of the frog here is supposed to be clear back here. And then the heels not as curled in, but they're not as curled in as they were. Well, you can see that one. See how it's curled in? That's supposed to come out like this, and this whole frog come back. Okay.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah?
Could you possibly back that up for the sole view and then annotate it to where you think the frog will wind up?
Okay.
Because I can't picture that in my head because I've seen so many, you know.
Let's see. I got my camera here. Obviously, I screwed up and didn't post the one video I wanted to. Let's see here. I took some pictures, so let me get them posted here. Just a minute. Go to pictures. Let's see. Okay. Okay, yeah, I didn't post a video. So I'm going to post a video here real quick on some pictures. Hold on. I guess I made that video in two sessions, and I did the last one because I had gone through all the feet just to show what all the feet looked like. So let me post this. Let's see, we'll do this one and I'll post some pictures too. Okay, let's see. Okay, probably take a minute to load up because the video is 2 minutes. So we'll let that sit there for a second, but I'll try and find a picture here.
Linda?
Yeah?
So while you're looking for the picture, I have a technical question for you.
Okay.
So these nice little videos, are you recording it with your phone in one hand and doing then with the left hand the hoof, or do you have a GoPro? How do you work?
No, I'm just holding the phone.
Wow.
Is it working out pretty good?
Yes, I think so. I thought it's a GoPro.
No, in fact, my husband's phone went kafunk, so I gave him my other phone that I had been using because I was taking videos and they were just not any good quality. So I went back to my old phone, which was a Samsung like 9 or something like that. But it takes really good videos. And then I found out that you can program it to say shoot, and it will take the picture without you having to use your fingers.
I just learned that last night and I thought, oh, hooray, that's gonna
Yeah.
be so much easier.
Yeah, no kidding, you know.
Great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I can probably do it on this a little bit. Let's see. Do you see that one there?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, let me
I
get it.
obviously have never seen a frog in the correct position ever in my life.
No one has. No one hardly
Because I
has. and
can't
if-
even picture it in my head.
Yeah, no one hardly has, and if they had, they didn't know what they were looking at. You know, that's the whole thing. So I'll show you a few pictures before, so you can get an idea. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Where should we go first? Yeah, a correct frog placement, because what happens is, okay, let me find, oh, wait, wrong, inner foot. Gotta find this one picture here first. Okay, well, let's look at this foot here for right now. Okay, so I don't have the other picture, but this is the same foot that I show you where then later the foot shrank up and all the cartilage returned to where it was supposed to be. You know, because you see how the coronary band here, you see how the coronary band goes down. Oh crap, my horse is loose. He finally got tired of being tied up, but I got, I'm gonna be right back. All right.
Go get him.
Okay.
I was just about to ask Linda, is your horse still tied up? But I didn't want to be rude. You know, I was like, because my horse would be sitting there stomping if they were tied up for 3 hours, right? I mean, you know?
Horse people problems.
Yes, well, we're very lucky we have these types of problems.
Yes.
You know, because if you're lucky enough to have a horse, you're lucky enough, right?
Oh yeah. Dealing with
Yeah.
the pros and the cons, it's totally worth it.
Absolutely.
My yearling decided that it was time to escape a couple days ago. That was fun.
I fortunately have never had that happen to me. Now, I'm speaking with Crystal, am I correct?
Yeah.
Where are you, Crystal?
I'm in
Where are
Canada.
you located? Somewhere obviously where there are not very many farriers.
No, not. I'm in BC, like northern BC.
And there are no farriers in northern DC?
There are, but I'm about an hour and a half, like about an hour out of town. And that's a very expensive mileage charge on top of $65 a horse to trim.
Oh yeah.
So it's just so out of pocket. And then not only that, getting time, the farriers, they don't even have the time to come out here.
Right.
Because they're just got so many clients already like in town and around town. And so we're kind of in a very rural Mennonite community. And it's just the horses are used in the spring and summer to move cows out of pastures. And then they're just forgotten about all winter. So everybody just trims their own. All the farmers around here trim their own horses with the cow giant clippers. If you've ever
Oh.
seen what those look, it's
Okay.
it's very like, wow, okay, you're totally taken back and you don't know what to say, but yeah,
It's
I
very
cringe.
old school, old world.
very-
Yes.
It is. It's very old school, and nobody has vets out here. They all do like, wild herd breeding, throw the stallion with the mares, and then produce offspring, and then it's very interesting. It's very different out here. It's the old West out here.
That is interesting.
Yeah, it's a different lifestyle, but it was where there was very cheap property.
Very cheap property is a good thing whenever you have horses.
Yes. Especially with all the prices of hay and everything going up this year. I don't know where you are located.
I'm in South Carolina.
Okay, how's your guys' hay supply this year?
Our hay supply is good.
Oh, that's good.
But it's just gotten more and more and more expensive.
Yeah, it has. Regularly, the kind of hay that I bought this year, I would have paid $4 or $5 a bale, but they were selling it for $12 a bale.
And it takes your breath away, doesn't it?
It does. Like,
I mean,
this
you
is
you no longer just throw your horse hay with abandon. It's like, you hungry? Here, have some.
And I feed my mares 24/7, like access, especially through the winter. But now it's like, okay, you're only getting like maybe 2 bales a day, so hopefully that's gonna last you.
Yeah, it's sort of sad when you have to do it that way, but you know what? I mean, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, as long as they're not losing weight, like, and we're supplementing, and also like I also give buckets 3 times a day of mash and alfalfa pellets. So it's just trying to get by.
Sounds like you're very lucky.
Oh, thank you. They're my babies. Spoiled. My husband wants to divorce me sometimes.
Oh, well, our son is grown and gone, and we have grandchildren now. So we literally call our horses the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are our kids.
They are our kids, you know?
Well,
my
just
kid
to
just
show-
made a jailbreak.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah?
I was just going to ask you about 10 minutes ago. Linda, is Valor still tied up? But I didn't want to be rude.
Horse still there?
Well,
That's
yeah, he's been, poor horse, had to go for a couple hours without a bite of something to eat.
Oh my God.
See, I've always been a grain feeder. Yeah, okay. So I've cut him completely off grain, but I give him alfalfa twice a day.
Yeah, we grain, but now it's just haylage, just forage.
Yeah. And I think that's good. And I was watching somebody, that gal, man, she's a world champion barrel racer. She had a horse named Flo, Baby Flo.
Oh, Baby Flo.
Who is that?
Oh my gosh, I know her name. I just talked about it.
Yeah. Oh God, what was her name? Anyway, she's talking about how she just does all forage and gives them different kind of forage, And so I've got prairie hay, I've got some brome hay, I've got some oat hay, and then the alfalfa.
Colin Taylor. Sorry,
okay. You cut out.
Fallon Taylor.
Yes. Yeah, that's a pretty amazing woman there. So anyway, okay, so let's get back to this. All right, so the coronary band's supposed to be straight. You see how when it gets pulled down, how it's shoving the heel up? Okay, so when you're regrowing your horse's heels, see, you know how they're always saying you got to trim every 3 weeks? Because if you don't, that run forward heel starts to show up to be what it really is, which is a run forward heel, because it can't do anything. But let me annotate here. It can't do anything but grow this way. See there? That's your run forward heel. And so these ones up here, they'd be growing like that. Except the more this is pulled down, the more they're going to grow like this. And there's your run forward heel. So what I want to see here is, okay, oh, I was trying to undo that. Okay, see that this is a frog corium right here. Right there. And the collateral groove be up there. This would be the side of the frog. So this is connected all to this. And so if this, instead of coming down like that, instead was up here, well, that's probably too much. I'm a bad drawer this minute. Okay, so how would that be if I could take this up to about there?
I didn't think you were too far off, just a little maybe.
And then the heel would be standing up like that. This is how the foot would be. Okay, all this would be pushed back down here. And then your heel buttress grows back here from here, connected to your heel. And so as this is all being pulled down, look at how much smaller it's making the hoof capsule. You know, so can't remember what. Okay, we want to know,
where does the frog go?
Yeah, where does the frog go? Thanks. I was like, where were we? God. Okay, clear all drawing. Okay, so see, I should have left that there. Okay, and of course the heel is right here now. Okay, because it will pull it down that much. All right, so here this frog has gone right here, right? Okay, so where's your frog now? Where is your frog corium? Right here. Okay, so here's your heel. Your frog corium is back in here. And then let's see, need a new color. Let's use new color. Let's use brown. Okay, and here is your heels growing from right here. And so your frog has to be here, or at least, and it might even come out behind the heel that much.
Well, that's what, when I was looking at Valor's, and you said it all had to move up, I'm putting in my head a picture of this frog that is sticking out behind the heel, and I've never seen that.
Yeah, well, I'll show you a picture of that. Let's see, which makes perfect sense to me. Let's see. Okay, I'll show you a picture of that. Let's see, clear all drawings. Okay, and get rid of the annotate and pictures. Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. What is the real foot? What is the real foot? Let's see. Yeah.
So to be able, what is the English word? To make this happen, that the periople gets upwards, like what you just draw. So we have to release the frog, right? To kind of clean it off from the old periople, so the frog can like stand up and support the back of the hoof, right?
Yeah.
So this is what we always have to start. I mean, I'm thinking about, how slowly we should do this. And And I mean, and also with like working on the frog, just asking you if I'm right, we need to make sure that the heels, we need some heel height for sure.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
as long as they are not growing into the right direction, they shouldn't be too long, right? I mean, otherwise,
Yeah.
we might close the gap. I mean, should we create this notch we talked about? So
Mhm.
like that, it's like a door which can like we open for the heels to get back, because if they are too long and they are in the wrong direction, how should they get back, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I have in mind, creating this notch. It's like open the door for the wall tubules to get back.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. And also that notch creates like a little bulldozer on the back of the foot, you know, like,
Yeah.
and so that little bulldozer runs into the dirt, and that dirt is pushing against it, and it's pushing the back of that foot up. That's the way I see that too.
And also that the hairline, if you follow then from the ground up to the hairline, that can like ascend or go down and release instead of being pushed up. So that's how maybe we also create more a straight line of the hairline when we see all these like bent,
Yeah.
the hairline which goes up and then bends down under the hoof.
Yeah.
So by creating the notch, it can like sink down, or not sink down, but just a little bit like dropping down, and then the heel can go back easier. I mean, that's what I saw with my horse.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that makes sense. What we're trying to do is figure out how these things
Yeah.
work mechanically.
Yeah, and
How
where
to-
to start first. I mean,
Yeah.
and not to create bleeding hoofs. That's what kind of we see, even though that when we are really careful, somehow at some point the heel bulbs like break loose and not loose, like open up and they are bleeding.
Oh.
Because then
yeah.
the hoof is realizing, oh yeah, it's like bloop, and then you see the heel pipes, and then we have now two horses. You know Dodo,
Yeah.
like the story of Dodo for sure. And then there's another horse, and Simone is like really carefully, and not every 2 weeks, but I think every 4 weeks, just a little, and
Yeah.
she got the right direction with just doing the minimum, and still, we saw some blood, and that's not frustrating. I know after this comes the good part.
Yeah.
But we would like, to prevent this. But
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
even
because
going really slow, it didn't help.
Hmm.
So figuring out, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Like I never, well, let's see. No, I never got blood on Valor. Like what it is the foot just expanded before the capsule caught up, right? Because the foot,
I mean,
yeah.
That horse is really, really, really bad. I mean, that was, I think, can't be in another way, because that was completely bound and he was running. That was a really bad hoof, compromised in a really, really bad way. I mean, on other horses we don't see blood, but that one. But still, if you have such a bad shaped hoof, it would be nice, to go slowly and still achieve a result without seeing blood, because that's always scary.
Yeah,
And
no kidding.
yeah.
But
yeah.
Well, I'll show you. A guy sent me in my Happy Hoof or TACT community page. Anyway, he had a situation happen. I'll show you this picture this guy wrote me about, and I'll show you kind of what's going on. I mean, how do you even begin to describe to people, what's going on? I'll show you what I did. So he wrote me, okay, where is the picture? Well, where's this picture? Did he remove the pictures? He may have. Oh, no. Well, here's one. This is the first day of the injury. He had a whole other picture. Just a second here.
I think you need to switch.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It just hadn't loaded. Just a second, and I will switch over here. New share. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this guy wrote me, look at that. This is exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
See?
Yeah.
Save image. Let me enlarge that.
Yes, that's it. What I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we
So
know what's going on, and we know how it will look like. And but the first time, it's scary, and just would be nice not to have it.
yeah, no kidding. So this horse, obviously, he's had the heels trimmed out of him, right?
Yeah.
And so that's pulling that foot down, which the foot doesn't want to be pulled down, just like your nose doesn't want to be shoved over to the side of your face. And so then obviously there's some moisture or something, or maybe also, you know how we're reading LaFosse trimmed all those horses, just whacked the heels right out of them. They were all lame right away. Okay, so then they figured, oh, well, you got to do it gradually, right? And so that's what you see in a lot of these barefoot trims is this gradual deal where this whole foot is bent down under and the periopal starts working to cover the frog and to grow under the frog and to get thicker and to bind and hold that foot down. See? And so then if somebody just comes and rips the heels off, well, the periopal is still just being normal. And this part of the foot is up here where it's supposed to be. That's where it wants to be. And so then the periopal does not have time to adjust to the hoof distortion. And this is what I feel happened here. And so look how it let loose, you know. Well, so, you know, when this is over in Israel, and so I tried to explain to this guy what's happening. Just a minute here. What is going on? I don't like the way they changed all this. And he sent me another picture. Just a minute. New share. Okay, another picture. And he said this is what happened first, I guess, and this is a little down the road. He says, can you please tell me what's wrong in this trim? Oh boy, well, isn't that a loaded question? You see how they tried to force frog pressure? But they don't know the difference between the frog and the bulbs. You know, they don't know the difference between the heel, the frog, the bulbs, none of it.
Linda, there's no frog left, right?
No frog,
there's nothing left.
No, any frog that was there, as the heels are trimmed out, you see this dip? You see that dip right there?
Yes.
Right. So this is pulled down and the frog, it can be shoved up. There's your false concavity, you know?
Yeah.
And so then I started trying to explain to him the true anatomy of the foot, you know, and how when you cut the heels, the foot wants to be like this. And just because you come and cut this off and it drops that down, guess what? Whole horse says, no, my foot belongs here. See? And so that's what's going on here. He's pulling his foot out of the capsule that's been deformed and taken his support away and forced his foot down. Now, just a minute. Let me make this bigger. Because this is so vital to understand this whole thing here. Let me, because I want to enlarge this. Oh, what is going on? Okay, so here's the foot. This is see the straight coronary band? Okay, let me do it, annotate here. See, where's annotate? There you are. Okay, let's do blue. We're doing blue. Okay, here's the back of the foot right here. Defined. The heel is defined. Here's the coronary band that extends here. Now remember, the coronary band has to be straight. See how nice and straight that coronary band is? And so here's the true heel of the horse right here. And so it has to have this support of this heel buttress here. Just like that. That's the only thing that helps it all maintain its shape. That and a big, thick, fat frock stay high up between the bulbs in the center of the foot here. And so you come in and you just trim the heels down to there, like what you got here. Well, this foot still wants to be up here. You have forced all this cartilage and fat, that the digital cushion that's in there, totally full of fat, but just the fact that this is all cartilage and you have now forced it down here. Well, the horse still wants to stand up like this because this is the true position of his foot, just like the true placement of your nose is in the middle of your face. See, it's as plain as the nose on your face. Get it? And so that really is that simple. See, all this cartilage, this is all the foot. This is the whole foot right here. That is the foot, that whole thing. And that is its shape, and that is where it belongs, and no other place. And in order for the back of it to maintain its true shape, it has to have the correct support of the hoof capsule, which is here. There's the heel buttress. Now that's a little worn because this was a wild horse. Got a lot of movement. This grows right along the back of the foot. Okay, so the heel buttress is right here. Okay, and so even if you cut that out, how are you going to have uniform sole thickness anyway? So because, let's see here. Probably a little bigger than that. Okay, there's the coffin bone. All of this, except for the bone, the short pastern bone inside there, it's all cartilage and fat. So it moves all over the place. So it's got to have the stability of the heel buttresses, the sidewall of the heel. Your heel, this is all your heel here. Well, wait a minute. When they talk about heels, a lot of times, what amazed me was Jamie Jackson didn't even know what a heel was. If we were to look at his book right now, and he marks a heel, well, he did know, but then he changed it. It's just so weird what he did. I just don't know. All of this is your heel. This whole area is heel. Then you have your quarter here. And then your toe quarter, which kind of goes around the side, which is here. And then in the front, the toe, So it has to have a specific height and configuration back here to support this foot up and help it maintain its shape and form. As soon as you remove the hoof capsule, the back of the foot falls down because it's not meant to support itself. Okay. So let's see. Let me undo this. Clear all drawings. Okay, so I tried to explain all of this to him. So when you trim the heels out, this wants to pull up. But if you do it slowly and the periopal thickens and then grows over the frog, well, it can bind that foot right there in a permanent position. So let's see. Let me undo this. New share. Go back to this guy. Where are they at here? Okay, so I'm just trying to explain to him here. Showed him a video. He said a farrier in Nazareth did the trim. Oh, Nazareth. Let's see. The heels were cut down, and because the capsule took anyway. So I just tried to explain. I shared some other things about that. And then I shared this, which I was wanting to look at this earlier anyway. Okay. because this is from one of our members here. And we're going to get to where that periopal is supposed to be here in a second. Just a second. Open. But see how all this gets pulled down under the foot. The periopal, the bulbs, the periopal on the bulbs in the back of the foot get pulled down under the foot. Oh, I can't read that. But it's one of our members. And this is when the farrier was doing the trim. This is when they, remember LaFosse had a half shoe. This is why he had a half shoe, so he could still have frog pressure without having to trim the heels below the frog right there. And so she took over. Here, barefoot trimmer, somewhat better. And then she took over and started growing heels and things started getting better. So I showed him that. Let's see. Anyway, just tried to share some things. Told him about a friend of mine that's over there that knows how to trim, might be able to help him. And so here's where the horse's foot is at now. Oh, and I shared this with him. I found this. I thought I lost it. Okay, this is where, look at what can happen. Just a minute. So a horse can walk right out of his hoof capsules. The reason they don't is because usually they're wearing the heels down gradually and the periopal is developing and taking over to bind and keep the capsule on the foot. Okay. Just a minute here. Save. I gotta find where I put this. Okay, this is horrifying. This horse walked right out of his capsules. See that? He has no capsules on that foot. And here's the capsules. You see what they did, don't you? They cut the heels out. The periopal was never allowed to adjust because, you know, some farrier heard this deal of, oh, frog pressure, let's just do it. And the horse walked out of his hoof capsules. You can see it on here too, how the whole back of the frog and everything is just bent down like this. Well, horse just walked out of his hoof capsule. Let's see here. Where am I at? Okay, so I'm back there. So anyway, he had the horse reshod. They allowed some heel to grow. A farrier came and shod a different, I guess it's a different farrier, came and shod the horse. And so now they have a little bit of heel. But look at the crack. See, I told him, I said, this is false heel. There's a crack right here. So that's false heel. It's not real heel. But he said he wondered why it happened. Well, I was trying to explain to him why it happened, but obviously you understand how much it takes to get people to understand this. You know, this time another farrier did it. So that this new farrier is growing back some heel right here. Okay, so I'm going to show you now. You see how the periopal, you got to know what the true periopal is supposed to be first. So, let me see. Because, let me see here. Okay. Pictures. Okay, so we're going to look at the true periopal. First of all, they call the coronary band. The coronary band coronary comes from the word corona, meaning crown. I think it's a Latin word, and means to crown, right? So they call the coronary band that grows the hoof capsule a coronary band, but in reality, it's not a band because right at the heel, it turns and goes under the foot and ends midpoint of the frog. The only thing that is a true band around that coronates or crowns the foot is the periopal. It crowns it. It is a band that goes around the whole top of the foot. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you that how that works here. Just a second here. Well, let's see. Okay, hold on here. Just a second. Gotta find the right deal. Oh, well, this will work. This will work. New share. Okay, so this is the last dissection I did. And usually what I would do is I would take a scalpel and I would just cut very gently between the periopal skin covering the top of the hoof capsule and the foot. Unfortunately, usually cut into the flesh too, but this time in this foot, I didn't have to do that because I soaked it enough where I could take forceps and I could pull the periopal skin away and you could see the little tubules separating from the papillae because periopal is made out of tubules. And so the corium of the periopal. Now here's the coronary band right here. See this? What they call the coronary band. The corium that grows the hoof wall. Okay. But it does not surround the whole foot. It comes around here. What's interesting is it's half round here till it gets right to here, and then it starts to change and it goes flat underneath the bulb here. And so the heel buttress, like you see the way this heel looks like it's pressed forward, that's because it doesn't have the hoof capsule on it and there's no support. As soon as you take the foot out, all this falls to the ground. That's why it needs support up like this. And so the coronary band that they call it, coronary corium, whatever, it does not surround the whole foot because it comes here, it goes flat here, and then it turns and it goes under the foot and becomes the bar right there. But the periopal, which is right here and here, all this here, this is periopal, not coronary band. This is periopal right up here. And it, right here, it changes. It changes and it gets wider on the bulb right there because there's no hoof wall that grows right here. Okay, and it crowns and goes around the whole foot in a circle. Why? Periopal. This grows periopal skin right up here. It is not supposed to be under the foot at all. When everything's right, it only crowns the whole foot and it holds the capsule on the leg. And so it will grow as the as the heel buttress grows here, it will stick to it. It covers the back of the frog. The frog stay grows up between there. Well, it just is supposed to be a layer over the back of that frog. That's all. It is not supposed to be under the foot. It only crowns the foot, and it ties all this together back here. But when this starts being pulled under and this frog, all this starts being pulled under, could you see why it would start growing over the whole frog? Because it's tubules that grow down like this. There you can see that's periopal corium that grows the periopal skin. All of this here. And again, it is only supposed to be here. It's not supposed to be under the foot. Yeah, see, you're not supposed to see it anywhere here. Because this is an anatomically correct foot here, so it's only up here. But when all this gets bent down under, like, look here, here's where your heel buttress grows and supports and lifts that bulb up right there. And then your frog, it grows, it's supposed to grow in here. And that periopal is only supposed to be back here. And you can tell the difference on it between it and frog most of the time if it's where it's supposed to be up behind the foot. But when all this gets pulled around and under, it starts growing this way over the frog and into the frog stay. So here again, periopal just covers the back of the foot like this and covers the back of the frog stay. So let me find a southern picture here. Yeah. Well, maybe it's right here. Okay, so on this foot escaped having the heels over trimmed to a great degree. And you can see that the periopal is only up here. It has not been pulled way under. And the frog is back here, pretty much supporting this heel buttress here. He had a thick frog. This periopal covered the thickness of the frog back here. But it wasn't under the foot because his heels weren't trimmed out. Okay, here you can see it. Okay, now it was pulled down a little because his heels weren't still totally right. And so this foot belonged to a gal that did barefoot trimming that was Trosser, Ramey, Jamie trained. All right. She paid a lot of money to get trained. The front foot was completely and wholly distorted and deformed due to being trimmed the same way. But since that foot didn't have a thick frog, the heels were taken way down and the whole back of the foot was pulled under. And so this periopal skin is only supposed to be up here. But when the heels are trimmed out and this part of the anatomy is pulled under the foot, okay, these tubules that are supposed to grow down and wear off then are pulled under the foot so they grow perpetually. All right, they can just grow. And they grow over the whole frog. Okay, here you see it. See how this periopal comes around? It should end right here, but it's pulled down a little right into here because the back of his heels were pulled down a little. Again, this periopal, look at here. See this little point here? Okay, it's starting kind of to be pulled down, but it never got pulled down all the way. It should end right here. Well, I mean, it will grow over the frog, but it's not supposed to be pulled under or on the bottom of the foot here. There you can see it again. Again, what's it do? It crowns the foot. It's not supposed to be under the foot. But when it goes under, it's usually saving and growing in such a way as to hold the capsule on the foot. It thickens up, it gets hard, it grabs a hold of the frog so that you don't see like what we just saw in that guy that sent me that picture from Israel. So I measured the heels. She had about 2-inch heels, but then she had some overgrowth too. So when I was trimming the heels out, I was trimming them down to 1 1/8 inch. Look at there. That's just the length of the physical heel itself. See that? So how come we can trim the heels out like that? Because as you're bending the back of the foot down, you're shoving this heel up into the foot. So you can just keep trimming and trimming and trimming and never run into blood, because you're moving this part of the foot that would draw blood is being shoved up. And all these heels are being or all this bulb and everything is being pulled under the foot.
Hi.
So anyway, let's get a picture of this here. There we go. Now you see how much of this foot was actually incorrect. The foot should have been restored so that it would support the foot up to here. So you can see where even in this foot that escaped being over trimmed because it had a big thick frog. Okay, but it was still over trimmed enough to where it pulled the periopal down here. And so this foot that should have been supported up in the air like this was pulled down and connected to here. But but you know, when I pulled the periopal away, then the foot was able to raise back up. But you see why the foot needs this support. See, now if it would have been correct, this periopal would, these heels, he'd have more heel and the frog would come back under that a little more, and this would be higher and supporting that foot more. See, this is where the foot wants to be. Doesn't want to be down there. So imagine now, if this is attached to the foot here, and I trim off these heels and I just force that foot down here. Well, it still wants to stand up here. So if things aren't right and the periopal isn't strong enough, because it was done gradually, so the periopal gets thicker, because the hoof capsule is getting smaller, so the periopal is getting denser and thicker and harder if it's dry to hold the capsule on the foot. So you can see, oh, I don't know if you can see it or not. No, that's hair. Never mind. I was going to say it was pretty interesting when I was taking the forceps here and pulling them away. You could see the little tiny tubules and the little papillae feeding the periopal. See, it's tubules. The frog is tubules, the wall is tubules, it's all tubules. Sole is tubules. Anyway, does that kind of help you a little understand how this is just supposed to crown the foot? It's not supposed to be pulled under, but when it does get pulled under, it grows over everything and it gets thicker and it holds the capsule on the foot. So naturally, if this is getting pulled under and you got your frog corium there, your frog corium is going to get shoved under too. So therefore, when you're restoring the foot, everything has to be pulled and moved back to where it's supposed to be. Okay, well, that's that on that. Questions or comments?
Wow, Linda, this was a full whole lesson tonight. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Hello?
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can
Yes?
you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, going back to trimming the periopal off the frog and the back of the frog as the
Uh-huh.
frog starts to pull up the bulbs.
Uh-huh.
I have a very wide foot in the back, which is a
Mhm.
blessing, but I also have very low heels. So my quandary is, how far back would I want to trim that periopal? Because I need something to, I'm thinking in my mind that I need something to, hold those heels in place, because I don't
Mhm.
have any artificial support, DIM or anything. Just,
Okay.
And my picture of that foot I'm thinking of is the one last one I posted where I had another quarter crack,
Mhm.
and I just went out there and I notched it. But anyway, just I guess to rephrase that is, how far back would you want to trim that periopal off the back of a frog, or to the back to let the frog be exposed when you
Okay.
have those wide heels?
Okay. Well, first, let's see. Okay, so what you have is you have a deceiving hoof that is making you think it has heels because it's wide. Okay, because when these feet distort, they do one of two things. One, they'll wrap the heels in and they'll narrow up, or else they'll just follow the shape of the foot and get wider, and the frog will get wider too. But you still have false heels. And so you have a low hairline and false heels here. It's like, okay, so like this would, well, let me use a different foot for copyright reasons. Just a minute here. Let's go over here. I'm gonna explain this. So okay, so here's your normal foot. Let's say, well, there we go. Okay, now the shape of the inner foot, you got your coffin bone up here. Okay. And so all of this is cartilage and fat. And so when the heels are being trimmed out, it's either gonna just be pulled down and these heels are gonna move forward kind of normal, or else they're gonna be curled in more and it'll become more narrow back here like that. Or else what happens is, as the heels are being trimmed out, let's see, I wonder if I got an eraser. As the heels are being trimmed out, well, just a minute. Let me make this again.
Linda,
Then,
your drawings are so good.
huh?
Your drawings are so good.
Oh God.
And so I tried to draw a hoof and it just didn't even look like a hoof.
Well, this eraser ain't working right. It's not erasing partial. Just a minute. Just a second here. Okay, new share. Untitled paint. There we go. Okay, so let me kind of explain this again here. Okay, so what, preparing live stream for what? Well, I probably didn't even get none of this recorded. Watch this minute. Okay, so okay, so from here back, it's cartilage and fat. And so the heels can just be distorted and deformed and stay kind of looking normal, or they can contract, or what they can do in your case is as they're being trimmed out, they're following the shape of the foot and getting wider. See that? They're following the shape of the foot and getting wider, like so. And then the frog too, just a minute. Let me get rid of all this. Another thing that happens is the frog does the same thing. The frog is being stretched. The anatomy is being stretched over like that, and you wind up with a big fat frog, or what you think is a big fat frog. And then wide heels. See, but you still haven't got the true heel. And so you can't go letting go of the periopal, because that's what's holding your hoof capsule on and holding your foot together. What you have to do, and see, do you have a picture you can send me? Hello?
I'm on my phone. I can try.
Okay. So what you have to do is you just have to start bringing this frog, trimming the sides of the frog down, first of all, so that and growing in heel, so that eventually these heels will grow in and they'll come back here more, and your bars will be more like that. See, but you don't want to go taking off a bunch of periopal because the foot isn't ready for that. You still have to grow in heel here.
So that was my gut feeling, but I wasn't sure.
Well, good. See, yeah, follow your gut instincts, and if you're not sure, ask questions. And it's not always that we're going to be 100% right on everything, because we're all still learning about this, but see, this I know, because I trimmed a horse and his feet did this very thing, and his frog got way wide. And plus on my own horse, Valor, one heel did that, got way wide, and then the frog was way wide on. See, I was trimming to the distortion. And so as the frog was being pulled over, I just kept trimming it as it was going over this way. Well, eventually I decided I needed to trim that frog out, and I trimmed that frog out, and come to find out this bar was completely broken off over here. And I was just trimming and following the distortion as the heel distorted. See? So he's real wide on one side, but narrower on the other.
I'm also dealing with smashed bars.
Oh yeah. Because as the foot is being pulled over this way, okay, the bars are growing out this way too, and then they're laying over the sole and stuff.
When I did one of my first TACT trims, and I was blown away, and I wish I would have taken a photo of it, but the bars were like feathers.
Yeah.
Going all the way out to the hoof wall.
Yeah. I know exactly. I call them butterfly bars.
Pete Ramey and that Lander Dink,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So. But, little by little, thank you so much.
Hey, well, we're glad that you're here, because we hate to see people and horses suffering.
Absolutely.
So, well, Yeah, see, they don't know this is happening. You know, in their mind, they think this is the way it's supposed to be. Do you see how heels getting wider would seem like a good thing? You know, but it's not the heel. See, this is so deceptive. You know, they say, well, take the heels back, you know, it widens them up. Well, it's gradually trimming them out is what it's doing. And they're just following the shape of the foot as they're trimmed out. But
I
not,
had like a half a hoof print. You know, the hoof print was just, it was like the back half wasn't there.
mhm.
And it kind of reminds me of that bar, that shoe that you mentioned earlier. That
Yeah,
just covered the toe, and that's
yeah.
kind of like how my foot looked.
Isn't that something?
So
That is, I
horrible.
see. I was just thinking that when you started saying that. How about that? You know, that's pretty interesting. Huh. Well, please get me a picture of your foot. Okay? Whenever you get a chance. Okay. Let's see here. Let's close that out. Okay, so I was going to show you frogs. And then we'll call it a day. Let's see. What is that? Oh, that's my hummus. I need some crackers. All right. Dum. Okay, gotta look at pictures. Yeah.
Linda.
Whoever, you're cutting out really bad, unfortunately. So zoom and share and share and share. You're cutting out, dear. Like really bad.
Well, the service is really bad.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because
Oh,
she's been doing this a long time and has a lot to say.
I
And
love you.
I don't even know if she can you hear me, Angelique?
Oh no.
I
Can you send her?
I don't think she can. Yeah, you're cutting out too bad for us to understand. You know what we need to do is,
I don't have to deal with.
oh, there you go again. See, you'll be clear for a couple of words and then it's just gone. So okay, I'm going to show you what we need to do is have you say what you're going to say in chat and then have somebody read it, type it out and read it when that starts happening. So let's look at these frogs. Okay, this is when I first started getting a clue, was looking at this foot, this wild horse's foot, 3-year-old. So in real rough territory. Okay, so the foot is kind of dried out, but look where the frog is. Do you see that? Okay, the frog is this far back. Now you look at these back here. And let's see here. See if we can find some more. Well, my gosh, look at those frogs. They're massive. And then this horse here is a dead wild horse up in Washington. And just look at the back of the foot there. You can see the periopal. Okay, it just is covering the back of the foot, but not the frog that extends behind the heels here. My goodness, look at the amount of heel on that front foot. You know how they're always saying the front feet aren't supposed to be as steep as the back feet? What if it's the opposite? What if the front feet are actually steeper than the rears? See, because everything's pretty much the opposite of what they've been teaching for 250 years. So much for science, huh? Yeah. Okay, now this is a wild horse that has underrun heels, as you can see right there. This one didn't have underrun heels. All right. What happened to this horse to eventually have it have underrun heels? But look, it's got that little kind of hook there, which should just be normal, natural too, because it's going to bend the foot and you're not going to have a solid connection right in here. If this foot is bent, then this solid hoof wall right here is not going to be there. So let's see. That's my grandmother and my great grandfather. Hey, McClellan. I must have some Irish and Scottish or something in me too. Okay. Let's see. We'll go back this way again. See if I can find anything else. Of course, that's the poster hoof, the deformed foot. You know, see, I like this bad boy. Look at the feet on that guy. So who's to say that's wrong necessarily? Look at the foot on this guy compared to the poster hoof. Now, this foot is a rear foot. By the time he drew it, it looked like this. Here, I can draw it now. This is what he draws in his book. He says all wild horses had this foot. Just a minute here. Now, where'd I go? Well, now I'm lost. A second. Okay, I need to annotate. We'll do black. Okay, so by the time he draws the foot and tells us that every wild horse has this foot, okay, he has it like this. Like this, and this is rounded. It's not even a heel. Okay, it's rounded. Just a minute here. It's rounded like this, so it's only bub, and he has, it's saying 1 cm, and he says that all wild horses had this heel. Had the same heel. And then he's got, like, I don't know, a thing here saying your toe should be 55 degrees. Okay, but then they made the hairline 30 degrees in order to get the 55 degrees. How they do that, I don't know. But anyway, so this is barefoot trimming. This is natural barefoot hoof care, that if you start taking those heels down, you're going to take a foot that's supposed to be like this, and you're going to turn it into that, and you're going to take the bulbs that are up here that are 1 cm. Okay, that bulb skin, back of the coronary band up here is 1 cm. And so he takes it, by the time he's done using this foot as a model, he removes this heel that's right here. And he's got a picture of it where he marks it in a photo. He marks the dorsal wall length, the dorsal wall length, and says they're all about 3 inches. Never tells you how long that is, but the picture's in his book. So guess what? I can look at this, and I can look at the picture in his book, and I can figure out how long that heel is. All right. How does it go from being that to being a picture he draws, okay, and saying that all horses have 1 centimeter heels. How is that? And so then off of that, what they do is they take a foot like this and they cut it in half like this. And then he says, see, a good, true, natural foot doesn't have a very thick frog. And look at, and that the hairline is supposed to be down here. When on this foot here, this horse has a big, thick frog stay high up between the bulbs here, and the hairline is up here. So this is what they're teaching in so-called natural hoof care, which is not natural at all. And it is a way to distort and deform a foot. And this is the vision you see on every barefoot page, that 30-degree hairline coming down just like this. And all the barefoot magazines, they show a picture of a foot, and you can get a horse's foot to do this. Okay, but I don't care what they say. Okay, they're damaging tendons and bones and joints, and then they're going to blame it on diet. Okay, now you see why you can't take a deformed foot like this, cut it in half, and then, oh, well, this is the anatomy. This is where they get that, oh, you're building up the digital cushion, because they've taken the digital cushion, which is just in the center of the foot, going to be here, because the bulb is the frog stay pushes it up into place. And when they look at it like this, they see it's this wide and they think, oh, the digital cushion is growing. No, you're pulling it and stretching it and pulling it down to the ground. You're stripping the frog out of the foot. Look at the difference in the thickness. Where are we at here? The thickness of the sole. Here's the sole ridge. It goes like this. The thickness of the sole. Hardly nothing here. No frog, no sole, but they got a deformed, fat digital cushion that's deformed in the center. See, between the bulbs, you got to realize this is a very thin area up here between the bulbs where that part of the digital cushion is supposed to be. Now the digital cushion is full on the sides of the foot, you know, on the sides of the foot here. But up here, right between, this is, okay, here we go. Here's the foot, digital cushion here, there's digital cushion in here and all over here. And then you have the frog that grows up between to support this area of the foot right here. Okay, so see this little place right here? That's what you're looking at right here. It's only supposed to be this wide, but by the time they get done trimming the heels out of the foot, they have pulled this little piece here clear down to here, because it's forced down because it's connected to the foot they're trimming out. It's growing that foot. And so they have forced this thing wide. And so then they cut a foot in half like this, and they look at it and they go, oh, looky there. Look at there, that built up digital cushion. There's your Dr. Booker. Looking at this kind of crap and thinking this is the right thing because he hobnobbed at barbecues and clinics with all these hoof gurus like Pete Ramey and Yvonne Wells, James Wells, who are Strasserites, and Cheryl Henderson. Okay, they're all Strasser trimmers, trimming the heels out. Jamie Jackson, same thing, Strasser, trimming the heels out. Ground parallel coffin bone. If you want the coffin bone to be ground parallel flat, you have to crush the heel up into the foot. So this little area right here, that's what you're looking at right here. the hairline that should be right here, okay, like the hairline, and this little bit of area right here, like in this foot, see, big frog stay up here, big frog stay. Again, what are they doing? Taking a deformed foot, cutting it in half, and then telling you what the anatomy is of the true natural foot. Yeah. You know, so as the heels were worn out of this horse and underrun, okay, and the internal physical heel was shoved up into the foot, okay, so this little area here just stretched and stretched and stretched and stretched down to here. This is all internal damage. It's not how it's supposed to be. And again, what is it? It's this little tiny area right here. See? And then this, as the frog is trimmed out, it just stretches, stretches, stretches. There we go. And then you got your bulbs on the ground here. Your teeny tiny heels. And it stretched it clear down to here. That's their anatomy. Okay. Yeah, this is the 2,000 wild horses. Must have missed ones like this that he supposedly looked at. All right. And the 200 that he took measurements on. You know, 107, according to his book. And all heels, he says, are 1 centimeter. Like that. That's not true. Okay, we can look at this foot. What happened to this foot? What happened to all these wild horses we're looking at now that they're running in and we're seeing the feet on them? The other day, there's a guy, as a Facebook friend, named Trent Reinhardt, I think his name is. Anyway, I thought he got a bunch of wild horses. All right. It showed videos of him jumping them out of a trailer. And if you've ever watched wild horses, somebody go adopt some and throw them in a trailer and then jump them out. This is just what it looked like. And he showed pictures of them at this sale that it looked like an adoption to me. And they're all good looking horses, right? Well, come to find out, they were all ranch horses. It was a ranch dispersal sale. And they all had heels because they were all colts that had been out to pasture. You know, it was a Texas, like in Texas, there are big ranches down there. So there was a ranch dispersal sale. And these are colts, they're 2 and 3 years old. And man, they had good heels, nice, good, big feet, you know. And yet these were domestic horses. So anyway, do you understand now what they're doing? How they're determining what the anatomy is off of one dead horse's foot? Okay, this is your academics too. Okay, and this is going to be right in line because obviously he's read all this stuff about frog pressure. He didn't come up with it, people. Okay. But everybody acts like Dr. Boker came up with the whole idea. How about that? See, but we know these academics, okay? Everybody copies from the next guy. All right. So you get around these barefooters and of course, low heels, frog pressure. All right. You read all of, like somebody like Dr. Boker, he would know about a lot of these writings that we don't know about, that I showed you about in Henry Hammerling's book. Okay, so he's read about frog pressure. This has been a thing. Who knew? Who knew? See, it really ticks me off when I find out that these people come along and they supposedly discovered something. Okay, and in reality, they're just copying what somebody else said. See, he didn't discover jack squat. Okay, he's just saying the same old thing. Oh, we got to have frog pressure, and this is a physiological trim. Oh, bull. You know, it's this is the trim it is. It's crap. It's garbage. It's a lie. It's not true. So class action. Can you spell that? You know, here's the thing. Okay, do you know that people used to get sued for what they did to horses' feet? That there are precedents in older law where they would take somebody to court for even just a bad nail placement? Yeah, under the common law, that they should have known better. See? And this is what led to our laws of medical malpractice. Well, this is malpractice, folks. You know, this is malpractice. All right. I'm still working on a pony whose feet I screwed up because of their doctrines. I'm still restoring my own horse's feet because of their doctrines. Okay. I know people whose horses are dead because of their doctrines, which aren't theirs at all. Not really. Okay. This stuff, as you see, as we saw historically, has been carried on for 250 years. It was starting to get better until Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser came along and reintroduced low heels and frog pressure. How about that? Okay. All right, I'll settle down now. You know, why shouldn't I be passionate about this subject? You know, it has consumed my life. All right. Well, that's it for today. Did everybody leave me? Pretty much.
Yeah. Hoorah.
No, here. I'm
Still here.
kidding.
Okay.
Again.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, are you getting a hindrance? Are you getting an inkling here to how they screwed up, how they interpret things wrong? Okay, that you can't take a deformed foot, cut it in half, and that determines your anatomy. And then everything you do after that is to try and prove that. Do you understand a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
Good, because
Standing more as you keep talking and telling us and showing us.
yeah, repetition is key.
Yes. Well, I just keep watching all your videos over and over and over again. And I feel way more knowledgeable and confident than I did a week ago.
Good for you. Good for you. And see, I'm learning more. Like this kind of stuff here, some of the details of it. Like, okay, I knew that this foot is screwed up, you know, and that they're getting their interpretation of the anatomy of this foot. But until oh cripes, I'm so bad with names. Jan, anyway, one of our members named Jan sent me all her hoof books. Okay, so I used to have one of Pete Ramey's books. I think I had one on so-and-so. I never had Jamie Jackson's book. Okay, I just read about his stuff online, you know. So she sent me his books. And since then, I've ordered some of the new editions so that I can go through them and notice any contradictions and stuff. So I never knew about this 1 centimeter heel thing till I got his book. And then it was later, I was introduced to Henry Hammerling's writings. And then I learned about this whole thing about angles. Well, now if you go to Jamie Jackson's book, that's his whole gig, angles. Okay, on every picture he's showing angles like this, and he tries to tell you that lowering or hiring heels that means nothing. See, he's got a whole new deal, and it's nature. It's all about nature and what nature does, and you can't use any mathematical formula and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's all about nature. But then he tries to tell us that all wild horses only have 1 centimeter heels. What? What is that about? When I saw that, I about crapped. You know, I knew he was using a deformed foot, but then when he draws his own picture and just makes it however he wants it to be, how scientific is that? Okay, not. So, you know, I should feel passionate about it because it affected my life. Okay, what he did affected me, right? In a big way. And so, yeah, I'm a little incensed over it, you know, that they have done this freaking stupid stuff, you know, just like Philip LaFosse. Okay, same with him. Cuts the heels off all his horses. Well, they're all lame. Well, oh well. You know, because let me tell you how people are. They get an idea, they think they're freaking brilliant, and then no matter what, they will hold onto that idea and not admit that they are wrong come hell or high water. See? And let me tell you, if they come up with that idea, they become convinced, and then they're not going to, especially if they wrote it down and they made any money off of it, oh my goodness, they are not going to change no matter what. Okay, they're going to make you the bad guy. See, and that's exactly what you're going to see in all this, because it is coming to a head to where I am understanding this stuff enough that if I don't die first, which I think God has better plans for me than that, sometimes, you know, though I kind of go, oh man, I got to share this. I hope nothing happens you know, before I can. And because the truth, people need to know the truth, and horses need to be saved, and people need to be saved. People matter. See, horses matter, people matter. That's that. Okay, well, I'll quit preaching to the choir. So anyway, there you have it. Oh gosh. Okay. So anybody have anything they want to add, and we'll call it a day?
Hi, Linda.
Hi.
I want to ask, maybe we can take a look at the hoofs of my horse.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's the founder one, the
Okay.
Spanish horse I posted a few days ago, I think Saturday,
Okay.
on the Facebook group.
Okay. Well, that's just my favorite subject. Not. No. Yeah, we will look,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you what I think. Just a minute here. Where am I at and what am I doing? Gotta unannotate. Let's see. Oh, by the way, everything here is fair use doctrine. You know, because for criticism, lots of criticism, and fair use, and yeah, American fair use doctrine. So there you have it. Plus, these are wild horses. They belong to the American public. I don't give a dang where you found your foot. All right, let's see. You know, I had his, when I first started realizing that he had based his trim on one dead wild horse's feet, in my opinion. Well, it can be proven. It's in his book. All right. Then he has this gal that's like second in command in his organization, right? Man, she didn't like me saying that. She started sending me messages threatening me, saying she's gonna sue me and all this stuff. Well, I never shut up, and she just disappeared. So you can't say that. Nah, nah, nah. Yeah, well, you know, let's go to court. Let's go to court. Let's see what he said. I'm just saying what he says. He says all wild horses that he looked at had 1 centimeter heels. Okay, I'm looking at wild horses. It shows they have 2-inch heels at least. Somebody's not accurate here. Okay, let's see. Annotate. I gotta redo this. Oh, am I in paint? No, I'm not. Okay, just a minute. Clear. Ah, there we go. Okay, I found it. Okay, so did you post me some more pictures there, or where do I go? Do I go to the Facebook page?
Yes, to the Facebook page.
Okay.
To the group.
To the group, to the group, to the group. Oh,
It's the gray gelding.
Okay.
And the header, the post was Lemonade has kicked me off or something like that. It's
Okay.
Monica.
It doesn't, yes.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to finish answering this question about the periopal though. Okay, so just let me draw here. Okay, so here's Valor's foot. The periopal should only be going to here. Okay, but you see this skin right here? That's periopal skin that's pulled under the foot. Right there. So does that help?
So
Okay.
Linda, I was the one that asked the question, and I wasn't asking about the periopal because that I understand. What I was wondering was how far back in the foot you expect the frog to shift.
Okay, so as far as the periopal is pulled under there, see right here?
Okay, all right.
Okay, so this part of the frog here should all come back to here.
And so eventually that whole area between the heels should be filled with frog.
Yeah, it won't
Okay.
be like totally on the ground, but the thickness of it will not be smashed forward. It'll be a full thickness of frog covered, but this periopal can cover it, but it'll be vertical instead of horizontal.
Right, that was my question. So that
okay.
the cleft in the heel is actually, again, vertical, not horizontal. The central sulcus.
Yeah, this is the
The central sulcus will actually essentially be up between the heel bulbs.
Well, see, here's the thing. The central sulcus is in reality part of the frog stay. When you look at the foot,
right,
you know, that frog stay fills up that whole thing. You know, but because they don't know what they're looking at, okay, they've made it two totally different things. Well, what it is when it's just, to me, okay, when it's just the foot itself without the frog, it's a central sulcus. It's a sulcus. It's a, you know, it goes up in here. There's no frog in it. When it grows the frog, then it's the frog stay. Okay, because the central sulcus goes this whole, on a foot, goes clear up, does the whole thing here. But when it grows the frog, then it's filled up. It's not a sulcus anymore. See what I mean?
Yes,
exactly.
As that frog grows out the back of the foot, do you expect it to come back? Do you expect the apex of the frog to move back with it?
Yeah, some of it. Yeah. Yeah, and the toe, I'm expecting the toe to shorten up a lot. And I'm starting to think, see, when I do this trim, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I might try the notch.
Yeah.
I'm going to try the notch. But I'm still going to leave some heel, and I'm going to take more toe in this trim.
Because I think you're right. I think the toe angle should probably be steeper on the front.
Yeah. And just see if I can get the whole foot to kind of shift back, you know.
And I actually notched little Nessa ponies heels too, because they were starting to sort of jut out the side, but I wasn't ready to chop them all off yet.
Yeah.
And that's really straightened them up. It's really interesting to watch these laminitic feet.
Yeah, I know. They do all kinds of strange things.
Weird stuff. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
Linda?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add on to that. After last Hoof Chat, you talked about eyeing down the side of the foot to make sure that we weren't leaving the walls in the quarters too high.
Uh-huh.
Right. And when I did that, my toe looked really long.
Mm-hmm.
But what I failed to do was manage the sole in the toe. I took a hoof knife and it just went around the tip of the toe, and a piece just popped out. It
Wow.
showed that my lamina had been stretched and was red.
Uh-huh.
It was, you know, but there was a whole bunch of toe that needed to come back.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if that matches to what you guys were just talking about, but I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's all combined together, and that's really cool. You found that out. Yeah. We have to learn to manage, well, the toe too. See, and that was one of the barefoot mantras. Don't touch the toe. Don't touch the toe callus. First of all, it's not a callus. Okay. He didn't know that there's a sole ridge around the whole foot, you know. And can it become like a callus because it builds up? Yeah, but it don't quit growing, right? So why wouldn't you touch it sooner or later? See? And so that's really cool that you are learning to manage that toe, because that is really key, you know, to keeping everything like moving back and growing in right, you know, and the sole contained where it's supposed to be. So that's a good deal. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the trim page, and oh, looky, what do we got here? Pretty cool, whatever it is. Just for science, hooves in self-trim in the Norwegian mountains. Ha! We're going to have to look at that. Oh, look at their little froggies. Look at that. That is ultra cool. Wow. Okay, I'll keep going. Distractions. Okay. Okay. That's overreaching. Okay, I'm keep going. Okay, and this is a founder, obviously.
I was trying to figure out how they took those x-rays, but let's not go back to that. Let's go on to
Okay.
Monica.
Well, and
She's
then
been
I
so
didn't
patient.
I didn't answer the question.
There's my fat frog.
What?
There's my fat frog.
Okay.
That's a fatty.
He is a fatty. Is that a back foot?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, my back fatty feet are fatty frogs too. I'll just show them to you here. Not as trimmed out as I was thinking. Okay. In the picture I had in my mind, but you can see where it is bent under, and he's notching out here on the sides.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Here you are.
Right here.
One more up. Here.
Right here. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just looking first here, because we know how it gets that way.
Yes.
You know, you can see he's got a big laminar wedge.
Yes.
Right in here. He is I wonder if he's pretty much rotated up to the coronary band, because his oh, wait a minute. Are you seeing? Do I have the x-ray up there?
You have that x-ray, but I see or if it's my fault. Oh, it was my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So he's dropped and rotated. And so let me look at a front picture of this foot. So So that would be this one right here, right?
Yes. Yes,
So
this is before
so
20.
you would think his foot is up here. The chances are that the horn tubules are growing. Now, see, that doesn't look as bad as a lot, but still, you see how that's pulled down there
Mhm.
because that foot is really pulling down. Man, what a mechanical nightmare. You know, I mean, they just are. They're just a mechanical nightmare because they have the old foot on there, but the new foot's growing from a complete and different place. And then the foot itself has rotated down. And so what's happening there too is this number, let's see, is that instead of the wall just growing down from the coronary band like that, okay, because the coronary band rotated downwards in here and the hoof capsule's still there,
It has to grow up
it has
and
to grow up
around.
and over and then down.
Yes. Mhm.
So, and it's not good to take the toe back because that wall is never, if it is rotated in there, that wall will never, with this hoof capsule, will never grow down connected to that wall. See, just a minute here. A second. So, a second. So, you know, what they always say, they would look at this down here and they would say, well, you got to take the toe back.
Yes.
Thinking that this wall will then, just a minute, let me annotate again. Thinking that then the wall will grow down and connect it again, like so. See? But it won't. Because this, let's see here, this laminar wedge in here, like this, okay, that's not going to go anywhere. If you take the toe back, yeah, it'll make the wall want to move back, but it's just going to push this laminar wedge into that foot. And then instead of your foot being like this, see, then it's going to push it back like this. Oh, that ain't, just a minute. I need a thicker deal here. It's going to push it back steeper even, like that. And so then this just keeps pushing it back to where the horse can't stand up and they knuckle over. See? Now the good thing is there isn't a lot of wear on the toe of the coffin bone, which is good. Let me undo this here, clear all drawings. So, but look, the hairline is up here.
Yes.
All right.
It's super deep.
But did you notice how it's really forced down in front? How it's really pulling down? Just a minute here. Because see, this is where your coronary band is supposed to be. Right here. But on the hoof capsule, you're seeing it clear up here. See? Watch. Just a minute here.
Yes, that's why, because the coffin bone is sinking so deep.
Yeah.
Or sunk deep.
Yeah, and it's you know, this coronary band is all cartilage and fat. Okay, well, cartilage.
And
so it can
pulls
move like this, you know, it can move, So it's stretched clear up to here. So this is probably grown up like this. Right there. There's your wall. Here's your laminar wedge in here, but let's see. Let me undo that. Clear all drawings. So how did this happen? Right?
Good question.
From incorrect heel trimming, because you can see this back here is not, you know, well, perhaps too, what happened here was we see this is another reason why we have to know, what do farriers do? Like, who trimmed this horse before?
Myself. I'm a barefoot trimmer, sadly, to be honest. I learned all that stuff from Remy and David,
Okay.
and Jackson Strasser, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I've found, or I discovered your channel in December last year,
Okay.
and I was totally, I don't know, I was overwhelmed because all of that makes totally sense to me. And I changed my complete trimming style. And I trimmed my own horse and my clients. All, at least I tried to trim like, yes, like you're
Yeah.
teaching, or like TACT. But sadly, my own horse
Yeah.
foundered
Like
2
me
months
and my
ago.
pony. See?
Yes, but we was on a good way of or we was making progress, and I thought, well, we go to the right direction, but it was
And then
not
this
enough.
happened. And then this
Yes.
happened. Well,
Yes.
um,
Maybe because of medicine. Maybe it's more than one reason, not only because the foot was so damaged, maybe because I have to give a lot of medicine, because he had an abscess on his lower jaw,
yeah.
and we have to cut it out, and he needed antibiotics and painkiller and all of that.
Yeah.
And 1 week after that, he foundered.
Okay. So
it's
yeah.
maybe toxic laminitis.
Do you have some pictures of his feet before that?
Yes, on my phone.
Well,
Yes.
the thing to do, if I could get you to post some of the, see, you can see he's trying to step out of the capsule. I mean,
Yes.
this is what's going on. That's what laminitis is. They're stepping out of the capsule. And so their foot is becoming disconnected from what's there. And see, this is the thing too. Well, I don't know. I do know that it is the foot coming out of the capsule. And then it becomes disconnected, and then another capsule starts growing underneath, like especially in the sole. You can have another whole sole. There could be a separation here between the soles, and you could have another whole sole growing, like especially on this one. See, this here shows me that the frog corium is pulling up, you know, like we were talking earlier today about that foot has a place it wants to be.
Yes.
Right. And so it's like pulling up out. When you see this brown color, it's like some healing's going on, or some blood or something like that. And so it very well could be that a lot of this sole is already disconnected from his foot, and he could even be growing another sole in between this and underneath this one. See,
yes, it's all super soft and flaky, but
yeah.
I didn't touch it that much because of the X-rays are showing the sole is very not very thick.
Yeah, it's not very thick. but so this is all false sole now because his foot has totally moved. And that's not even the sole he originally grew that sole from a place where his foot was before. So their foot will move in there, become disconnected from the old sole, but the old sole's still on the outer capsule and you're not seeing that. Let's go and look at the x-rays again. Now, is it all 4 feet?
Only the fronts.
Ah, okay.
A little bit. You can see it a little bit on the back, but they are not this bad. I'm confident I can manage them, but the fronts are worrying me. Or you know what I mean? Fronts are more bad.
Yeah, he has like no sole.
Yes, 2.7 millimeters.
3.
And I tried this time I set the heels down a little bit more down because I tried the thing with the DIM and the prosthetic, you know, what you're
how'd that
what
work
you're
out?
doing on your pony. Well, he moved well after that. So this was the trim, and I didn't picture because I don't know how to picture it because it's in the boot. You can show it really.
Yeah.
But I did the big DIM support in the boot so he can stand up steep, and he seems to like it kind of.
So
better than before.
Okay. Well, see how curved his cartilages are?
Yes.
Okay, because his foot is wanting to stand up, but it's still stuck in the capsule on the frog. You know, because his cartilages are supposed to be straight. And so, let me go back to the x-rays again. So, the cartilage has to be pushing this up. Look, that's quite an angle for the coffin bone to be at. It should only be so let's figure out, why is the coffin bone at that angle? Because remember, we're dealing with the whole foot, a whole foot covered with skin,
Right.
not just, you know, parts in there. And so just a minute here. So just a minute. So this is quite an angle. Well, that doesn't show up very good. Wait a minute. Let's use this. This is quite an angle for the coffin bone to be at. Now, can see that there is some wear right here. See it?
Maybe a little bit on the tiptoe.
Yeah. Absolutely, there's a little wear right there. It's rounded off. See, so the coffin bone should not have any, it has some elevation, but it shouldn't have any more than about that.
Yes.
Okay. Shouldn't be like that, that's for sure. Okay.
This is how I learned it.
Yeah. But it shouldn't be like, it should be about like this. So the question is, why is the back of this coffin bone be, this is looking, this weird looking thing here, I'm wondering about it. Just a minute, let me draw it here. See this thing here?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world is that?
I have no idea.
Well, maybe
Vet,
that.
the vet didn't said anything about this.
It doesn't look normal to me.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minute here. Let me undo this here. Okay, so yeah, there's something there. That is something. See that?
Yes.
So what is it? Well, let's look at the other one. Because I'm getting maybe an inkling to what it might be. Just a minute here. Clear. Okay. See, because something's pushing that up. And it's pushing. Okay, so I already talked about how when all this anatomy from barefoot trimming gets pulled down and shoved up into the foot like this, it pushes into this joint and pushes it forward. Well, it makes the toe rotate and twist on the joint and shoves it down into the sole like this.
But you know what? I'm wondering, why doesn't it have why it happened now and not like a year ago where he was totally trimmed out? But in the meantime, he has grown a little bit back in his capsule. I mean, backside of the capsule. But
Yeah,
I'm thinking maybe I've done too much or too early. So he lost his stabilization, you know.
yeah.
Maybe because he was so bound and all his periople and frog it was holding everything together, and I tried to make all of this movable and maybe too early. So it just explode on the back. I don't know.
Well,
Inside.
then that would release this. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be shoving it in
Okay.
under here.
Okay. I don't know.
You know, and then I looked at that and I go, well, maybe it's part of the coffin bone, but that's just shaped too weird to be part of the
Maybe.
coffin bone. So
Yeah.
let's look at the sole pictures again.
Hey,
Now,
Linda, do you mind if I say something?
yeah, go right ahead,
Hey,
please. Any ideas are welcome.
Monica, this is Antoinette. I just want to
Hi.
caution you against trying to figuring out what you did to make your horse do this, because I don't think you did anything.
Yeah.
And that's just a rat hole you're going to go down and make yourself feel miserable. So try not to concentrate on that, because we don't know. Okay, all this trimming might have something to do with it, but there's also probably some type of hormonal, biological,
Yeah.
whatever aspect that you yourself have absolutely no control over.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
don't
thank
want you to
you.
go down that hole
Yeah.
of self-doubt and misery, because that's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Totally
Yeah.
agree. I think, Monica, you're not doing too much on the back. For me, it does
Okay.
that you're doing too much. So I'm experienced with that with Dodo. So yeah. But let's see what Linda says.
Well, I'm also looking at, so I just tell you something I experienced with my pony was that I found dead frog buried underneath the sole. I found dead frog from a long time ago, way up deep in the central sulcus, because, and I'm not saying that that's what this is. Okay. But so as the foot is trimmed out and all that, like, I don't know where you started with him. How old was he when you started trimming him?
1 year,
Okay.
and he's 14 now.
Okay.
Mm.
Um,
But he has super small frogs, always,
okay.
his whole life, and always a tendency to thrush or fungus.
Mhm.
It wasn't easy. No matter what I did, always I have to treat like yeah, all of this trash
Yeah.
products, and if I stop the trash product 1 week later, it's a total disaster.
Mhm.
But since I start TACT, this was not a super big deal anymore.
Okay.
But his frog is still always super small,
Mhm.
kind of, and short. It's very short, I think.
Okay. So the fact that it's short means that this is just my theory to
It's
start here,
bound.
is that
Yeah.
it's he's frog bound,
Yeah.
and that this frog is very, 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 very deep up in the foot.
Yes.
See, and that this could be, I'm not saying it is, but I mean, when you look at this right here, okay, this is probably a periopal frog. And in reality, his bulbs are wrapped into here. Okay, because I can show you on my horse that you didn't even know that this was going on, that the bulbs were wrapped under here. But you see this piece of periopal here?
Yes, you can see it, yes.
Okay.
Or
Well,
I can see it too, yes.
well, see, he's still got the old frog, basically. And that is pulling these bulbs down here. And it could be because, you know, when we look, like I showed you the picture of the wild horse's foot, where you see that frog stays way up high between the bulbs, right? Well, see, that area that grew that has been pulled down under over here. So it's growing that, but in a wrong position in the foot. And
Right.
this thing just is so suspicious. Well, first of all, just look how dead that looks in there. And see just the coloring of the foot. There's always something going on there when that's going on. So, you know, I don't know about this foot here. This foot isn't, well, it's I guess it's as bad. I'm not sure. But this really concerns me. This, I don't know what that is. You can see here, let me save the image. See, if we were to look at some of those Van Hoysts or whatever his name is, he does those plastic half plastic hoofs where they're slices. You'll see some really weird distortions of what happens to these frogs. Like, okay, like the horse I was trimming the heels out of, as the back of the foot was, he already had a really good frog, right? Well, that frog was being pushed up into his foot like that. And so you can imagine if you trimmed all the back of the foot out and it was pulled down, but the frog itself was bent up into the foot, you could wind up with frog clear up in here. I can show you pictures of it. Okay, because this, let me do the new share here. This is weird right here. Look at how you can see it. It's on this side of the, well, it looks like it's on even, like here's the coffin bone wing on the other side of the foot. But then there's this big chunk of something right here. I just wonder what that is. I mean, I know that there's supposed to be a tendon deep digital flexor tendon hooked in here that comes up here. Is this, maybe this is just the back of the navicular bone that I'm looking at. Maybe that's what this is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That very well could be, now that I've made it bigger and stuff, but I can show you pictures where frogs have been bent clear up into the foot like this, which would push that forward and force this kind of a mechanical situation to go on. I don't know that that's what it is, but you know, this just could be the navicular bone. Let me see. Let's see.
Or some kind of ossification.
Yeah, or something. Let's see. Let's see. Annotate. Draw. So here's your navicular bone. Okay, so this goes. I think maybe that's just navicular bone, but then you've also got some weird looking stuff right in here. See, that's the whole thing. You can't really see frog and you can't see soft tissues, but see, that could be the navicular bone. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it isn't just this little piece, it goes all the way over.
Yes, right.
So that's what that could possibly be there. But I can show you some, let me see if I can find some pictures. The thing I do know is that that frog is too small and it's holding the back of that foot right there. And so it's binding the foot. I mean, that little frog is all up in here, you know, binding this foot here. Just anything is pulling this foot this way, okay, is going to shove this upward like that. To where if this, go ahead,
Yes.
dear.
I'm thinking if I put the DIM right under the frog, is it maybe pushing more in the inside?
Well, what I think is that your frog, you need to trim your frog way down.
But
and really get in deep into that central sulcus.
Yeah, but okay. Because the sides near the central sulcus, or how did you call it? How do you call it? As the sides of the frog are really near to blood. I don't have a lot
What about
of
the central sulcus itself?
there. I feel like there's no end. I can
Oh, okay.
feel
That
like, oh
makes
my
sense.
gosh.
Like it's just really, really, really deep.
Yes.
Okay, well.
And I think sometimes I'm thinking, I have to stop. I can't go deeper and deeper and deeper. I don't know. It's
Okay,
crazy.
so this is making sense now. Okay, because it's the foot is a sulcus. And so as the back of the foot is pulled down, that area is going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. See? And so Bracy Clark called it a bolt. You know what I mean by a bolt? Like you put a bolt in something, like, okay, your lug nuts on your car are actually bolts. They bolt the wheel and because they want it held in a specific location. That's what they use bolts for. Okay, so he called it the bolt because the frogs stay bolted the foot right where it's at. And so in what I'm doing with my pony and is trimming the frog in such a way as to get down deep into that central sulcus to release that bolt so that that frog corium of the foot itself can move. See? And so when it moves, now what I found interesting and was when I released this frog, the toe shot forward, you know,
Okay.
and so the first time I did this experiment, I thought I had failed because the toe shot forward. But look, why wouldn't it? You know, if you've bound this whole foot in here and shoved, you know, everything up into here, that anatomy is shoving up into here, it's rotating this bone down like this. So when you release it, the foot straightens out. Well, what happens when the toe shoots forward? Okay, see, you don't like that because you got this laminar wedge and all that. But kind of what I've started to do is I'm not going to worry about the toe till I start getting the back of this foot correct, because until the back of this foot is correct, it's going to affect everything in the toe. And so, oh, darn it. There we go. Let me do this annotate thing here. So hold on to that thought. Okay, so here's the angle of the coffin bone, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if the toe shoots forward, what happens to this here? It goes with it like that. See, like that.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, the first time it happened to me, I thought, oh, I failed. This is wrong. But the second time when it started doing it, I had more understanding of all this that was going on. So I thought, well, that's good, you know, and the whole back of the foot released. And if I just would have kept DIM, I'm pretty sure my pony would have good feet by now. But I let it go just a couple days without DIM, and the both heels just sucked right in, right up next to the frog, the heel buttresses.
Yes.
So now, you know, now I'm going through it again. I'm binding the back of the foot here, letting the toe, not overly worrying about the toe, you know, because this becomes a prosthetic, kind of pulling everything out that way. The foot is bent, right? And so you actually do need some leverage here to pull that forward as this is pulling this back. So, because here's the deal, even though the coffin bone is at an angle, the foot itself, okay, the foot itself, oh, come on. The foot itself is, that's not very good. This is like this, the corium on the foot. The foot itself is flat. The coffin, that's not a very good foot, but okay, so your coffin bone sets at an angle in the foot. The foot itself is flat, the corium, but the coffin bone sets in the foot at an angle. But when all this is bent down, your foot is not flat like this. Your foot is up like this. See?
Yeah.
So if this pulls forward and that moves back, it flattens that whole foot back out like this. And then there's no pressure on this bone forcing it down. See, the way all this stuff is jammed up into here, all this anatomy pushing up into here, and this bone gets pushed forward, this toe gets pushed down into the sole. See, and I think, you know how they told us don't trim the frogs, right? Except for a little tad here and there. And that has really screwed up these young horses.
Yeah.
I'm helping one lady and she's actually a vet. Well, okay, so this situation happened because, you know, I haven't really trained any trimmers or anything like that. This is mostly, it's not been a business where I'm trying to replicate, or make money. And so I never made any professional trimmers. We want to do that. We want people to be trained and to know stuff and things like that. But when we come out, we want it to be right, And so I had one friend of mine that had been following TACT for quite a while. Okay, she kept telling me about a gal that was trimming for her. And she said, man, I keep trying to get her to trim the frogs and she won't trim the frogs. And I just wasn't paying attention, because frankly, I didn't want to go confront people. But now I'm learning kind of got to, because this gal was saying she was a TACT trimmer, but she was not trimming the frogs at all. Okay, because she was first of all trained Strasser. All right, or Jackson or somebody. All right, and that's okay. We all were, but she was not at all trimming the frogs, and I was just kind of, I just wasn't catching on. Well, all of a sudden, this other lady shows up, and she's got this colt that's got these horrible deformed feet that have absolutely no heel at all, and he's 3 years old. Okay. And well, this other gal was the trimmer. And so this one lady's telling me, I don't understand why his feet are so screwed up. He's been track trimmed ever since he was 6 months old. Well, she never trimmed the frogs, like ever. A little tag here and there, because that's what they teach, right? Okay.
Yes.
And it totally deformed this horse's feet. I just totally freaked out. And so that's when I did a post. I don't know if anybody remembers that post saying where I said, hey, nobody has been officially TACT trim trained here, and I said, and if you're not trimming the frogs, you are not doing a TACT trim. Because I did all those trims too, where you just barely do this and that, and I never mentioned any names of anybody. Okay. I might have posted a picture though. So that one girl was a nice girl. I had talked to her before and stuff, but she got mad and left the group because she knew I was talking about her. But I didn't mention any names, and I didn't confront her directly or anything. I just said, hey, because I was distressed that, and this lady was a veterinarian. Oh my God. And stuff. And yeah, he's been TACT trimmed since he was 6 months old. I'm like, oh my gosh. So the horse's feet were horribly deformed from not trimming the frogs. See? And of course, the heels were allowed to grow, but they're completely underrun. And I mean, it was just a disaster. See? So these young horses not trimming these frogs right, their feet don't develop correctly. They can become hoof bound just from the frogs not being trimmed. And so this horse, but you know what? I believe that all the anatomy is still there. It's still growing frog. It's still growing
somewhere
frog
inside.
Yeah. And you said, you just can't reach the end of that central sulcus. Well, think about it. When this foot is so bent and that frog corium is bent clear up into the foot like that, that's the bolt. See, that's the bolt. Oh, I'll even draw it to look like a little bolt. That binds that foot right there. See? That frog stay. And so your frog stays up here, but it's supposed to be back here.
Oh my
And you
God.
can even see that. You can even see that When you look at the back of
It's,
that foot, you can
it's
see.
so far away.
Yeah, this is
Oh
so
God.
far away, but it can still move because this cartilage is wanting to come up like that. And of course, that frog corium is attached to it, but it can't move because that frog, the thickness of the frog way up in here is not allowing it to move and straighten out. So it just has been continually pulling that toe down there. See?
Mhm.
Anyway, that's what I think could be happening there. It's definitely something going on with your frog. And just like you just said, it's so deep, you can just keep going. See, on the pony, I have had to get a Dremel, all right, and work
Yeah.
a lot of that out and stuff because it was very deep, even on a Shetland pony. You know,
And
yeah.
would you only in the middle of the central circles go deeper, or would you even back on the bulb or periople area? If we
This
can
way.
look at a sole view, maybe.
Let's go look. Here we have another short hoof jet. Oh, let's see. Okay, don't want to show that. Okay. That was, let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. New share. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, even looking at it like this, it just like you have a big hard deep nodule stuck way up in there.
Mhm.
Let's see. And see, when you look at this, okay, let me save this image and make it bigger. Mind you, this is all I mean, this is stuff that happens, but I can tell you for sure there's something going on in there that's holding this whole foot right here.
Yeah.
You know. Let's see. New share. See, that ain't right. That's periopal right there. And it could be that your whole central sulcus of the frog corium is covered over by nothing but periopal.
I think so, to be
Yeah.
honest. But I'm not sure if I take it away, maybe the whole foot can hold together. You know, if I weaken it to I don't know.
I know.
It's,
see,
it's difficult.
but I think ultimately this is what caused it. Something you can't see, something you never saw and didn't know was there, and it is not your fault. Okay, because who knew this stuff was even going on, right?
Right.
Just like I thought I had a good foot on my horse, but then I realized something else was going on here and that his bulbs were bound. So the frog stay here is supposed to be clear up here, but it's not. You know, all this all looks like under a lot of pressure. And so all this is pushing up and in there into the back of that coffin bone, into that coffin joint, which is forcing that toe down. And what happened was, you know, these horses adapt and adapt and adapt, and you don't even realize it's happening till one day it's just the straw, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back, as the saying goes. You could add that straws onto that camel, add it, and finally just that one little straw. You know, so he adapted and adapted and adapted until he could not adapt anymore, and it became this. And he was probably getting that separation in his toe for a long time. See, because even though you were doing TACT, as I was doing TACT as well, obviously, okay, I didn't know that the whole back of the foot was still bound. See,
Okay.
like I can show you pictures, like just a
May I
minute.
ask you something, Linda? Before you
Sure.
see another picture, what do you think about the frog exit, the collateral groove exits?
Yeah. See, this is showing. That's
Maybe
probably. Well, did you say you run into blood right here, or?
No more on the oben. Simone, kannst du dich erinnern? Ich habe dir ein Foto geschickt, wie ich da mal zu tief geschnitten habe.
Yeah, that was in the collateral groove. She running for blood.
Right in here?
No, not in the collateral groove. It was in the central sulcus. She's running for blood.
Nein, obendrauf. Nein, obendrauf an der Seite vom Strahl, die Flügel.
In here?
I don't know how to say it in English. If you go in the middle of the frog,
right
yes,
here?
but more back, and the side.
On the sides? Okay.
Yes.
There was
okay,
a flap.
well, that makes sense because this is where your frog lips are. That's what I call them,
Yes, frog lips. This is what I call it. Yeah.
Yeah, but in between there, see, they're kind of squeezed together there. Okay, so you got your little frog lips here, but in here is very deep. See,
Okay.
it's just
And
that it's very narrow. And this thing right here, getting that out of there. See, right here, this right here is feeding this periopal frog that's in the central sulcus. This is feeding it right here. And you can see the bulbs are trying to come out here. Let me show you my horse's foot, the different things that I saw and found, because I didn't even know none of that was there. Just a minute here. Where should I go? Pictures.
I remember you found like a hole or like a flap.
Yeah. So I started getting an inkling when Bracy Clark called the periopal the frog curtain, because I knew it wasn't frog, that it's made out of periopal. But I started thinking about curtain open and closes. When my horse's foot gets wet, it expands. When my horse's foot gets dry, it closes up. Started making me think something else was going on with this periopal. And so I decided to experiment and cut that thing out from between there. Okay. So here, let me show you here. Boy, I'll tell you what, somebody's going to have to be a diehard to get this information, right? They're going to have to watch this thing for 5 hours. Well, you deserve it then. You know? Let's see. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like of all our little friends that want to be hoof gurus. Let's see here. Let me find it. Okay. Well, oh gosh, where is? Well, just like on this foot, this where I trimmed out the foot. See, I always wondered what these were. I just thought it was part of the frog for years. Okay, till later, of course, I learned about the periopal that covers the back of the foot. But see, these little weird things here too, that's also periopal. And so this is me after I grown in heels and trying to correct that. Okay, so this is in 2012. This is where the heels are totally trimmed out and the frog has been, the frog stay's been stripped out of the foot from between the bulbs, because really the frog stay is supposed to be clear up here. All right, now this is back in 22, so the feet have changed even more. So what I started doing was trimming that out. See, right there. Now, let me see here. Okay, so this is all just me. All right, so okay, so here's your central sulcus. You see it? And this is one that is not deformed. This is not one that has been pulled down and bent up deep into the foot. Okay, so your frog stay grows from here and it's vertical, high up behind the foot. And then it goes horizontal under here. So this whole area gets full of frog. Okay, now, of course, the hoof capsule's taken off of here and the frog. All right, so it's kind of narrowed up a bit, but okay, see your frog lips? You see your frog corium lips here? So you're digging in here, but if you get close to over here, the frog is not deep or thick here, but in here, this is the bolt. The thing that, see, that's holding the whole back of that foot under, up against that coffin joint. So
sense.
that the toe, that's why the coffin bone wing angles are so steep. So just a minute here. So this is what I found. Okay, now I want to find a picture of the foot before all this, if I can, where I thought I had a good foot. Okay, this is all me trying to figure out what's going on. That's still not it, but look at this. See, looks all, this is 2019. So what I didn't know was that this is periopal. Okay, that has grown in between the bulbs and over the frog. And this is all binding my foot forward. Now this is where I did an experiment to cut that out. And look, it allowed the frog corium to expand there. So we'll go. So anyway, this shows you how it happens. This foot went for 9 months without being trimmed, and you can see this is periopal skin stitching together to try, because there's a lot of leverage on an overgrown foot pulling it forward. Well, there's a lot of leverage on a foot pulling it forward when you trim the heels out too. So then I started seeing this. See that? See how it's connected? This is where the periopal grows from. These are the bulbs. This is not normal or natural. This is just, I'm showing Bracy Clark in the 1800s. He made a foot and he shows how that gets stitched together, but he thought it was part of the true anatomy. See there, it's not. This is a response to the foot when it's being deformed. So let's see. Okay. So this was last year. I'm trying to release the bulbs and get the frog to come back. And let me get up here. It was interesting because the frog, the whole thing moved and turned this brown color. And the sole corium moved too, because it's like a big sock on there. Well, then it got so it was like this. Look at that. See how that's feeding this whole thing? This is a false frog. It's a periopal frog. Okay, I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I'm like, what is that? You know? But see how my my heel buttress is starting to grow and release
Yeah.
and get bigger. And so finally I decided, okay, I'm going to trim. I trimmed this up and I went ahead and cut that, and I waited for a day, and then it looks like this when I trim it up. See? Well, look at that. Like, what the heck is that? I didn't know what that was. But look at the white streaks. Weird looking white streaks. Now that was growing from here, from right here.
Mhm.
Okay, so then look what I found. That this is all periopal. And that where the true frog is supposed to grow, there's nothing growing there. It became a false frog stay. Do you see that? Because as you trim the heels out, and so I'd had the same frog for years. For years, even after I grew heels, I had the same thing for years.
Mhm.
So I just did that much. I didn't know what to do. Like, what do I do with that? You know? And sometimes when you cut them out, you'll see this stuff that looks like blood mixed with milk and cottage cheese.
Okay.
It's thick and it's weird. There's a layer of it in there, sometimes between there. Okay, so I cut it out, and what you're seeing here, you're seeing frog corium. The true color of the frog corium is the color of skin.
Yeah.
And so cut it out, and then this is the frog it grew 2 weeks later. See, real frog for the first time in the central sulcus. See it, how it's weirded out looking, but it's real frog. It's not periopal. See, but let me show you a second. Let me show you the back foot. How all 4 feet were the same way. Just a minute here. Here's inner foot. Pictures. The back foot was the weirdest. Because you would have never known this was even there, like, at all. Okay, here we go. New share. Okay, so this is a rear foot. Okay, look at this foot here. Look at the frog. See how solid it looks?
Looks nice.
Okay.
And healthy.
Look, this is, so I started trimming this central sulcus out. Okay. And giving it more of a gap and taking more off, but especially in the central sulcus area. Okay. And in a few weeks, look what shows up. See that?
Oh,
look at here.
Periopal.
That's periopal. What is it doing? It's growing over the frog. See it? It's a periopal frog. It's not a frog. And so this, why does it do this? To save the foot. Because I trimmed everything out gradually. And so this gradually just took over to save the horse and stuff. But he's got real frog now. See, so that's what his foot looked like then. And now he's got real frog back there. But do you see what I mean? So if we're to go back to your horse's foot, look how long I trimmed. I trimmed this horse for 10 years. Well, even here, when is this? This is in 22. This did not dawn on me. I did not start working on this foot in this regards until just last year. All right. And that was because I found that he had a false frog. Because I was just learning about this stuff and trying to figure out what was going on. Why aren't my cartilages expanding? Your cartilages want to expand.
Yeah.
You know, and so now if we go back to your horse after seeing that, and it was in all 4 feet. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, where am I at here? Share. Okay, you can see it right there. See that? It's the same thing. Same thing. You have a periopal frog stay. And you know, no telling how deep that is. Well, however deep the foot is and bent right there, the anatomy bent under right there, that would make it deep along with the frog growth.
Yeah.
So look at that right there. See? Yeah, that
On the white color on the lip. The other photo, front right.
let's see.
This is front left.
This just a minute here. New share. Okay, this is the front left, right? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, look at that. How weird. See, that just is weird. Right in there. That looks just like you've got something first of all, it's being fed by this right here. You don't see the cracks. Well, I showed you my foot there. Who would have ever known that was there, right?
Right.
Right. So obviously, whatever is going on in here is, to me, this is my opinion, is tipping that coffin bone forward. And until that gets some relief, it's just going to keep pushing the toe down and making that laminar wedge. You know,
Yeah.
I can't tell you that I know how to fix this whole thing. All right.
Okay.
Because I'm working on fixing my pony, you know, for the 3rd time. Well, for umpteenth time. Thank God though, she's never been so bad that she's laying down all the time. If that had been the case, I'd have probably had her euthanized. But because she loves life and gets around okay and doesn't lay down, doesn't have pressure sores, I will keep trying to restore her feet. And so I can show you a picture so far of where I'm at.
May I can come back to my question because of the lateral
Sure.
grooves?
What was it?
The lateral grooves, would you address them, or are the bars they're laying over on this picture? Maybe I'm wrong, but from my opinion, I see the bars are laying over more in front.
This is
Well,
before trim.
yeah, there's a lot of, let's look at the sole picture.
I
Should we
think
look
the
at,
collateral, cleaning out the collateral groove can help to
yeah,
maybe a little bit more.
yeah, I think in here. Is that, yeah, like right in here,
I
cleaning
think
that out. Yeah,
because I can't see the pointing in the moment.
you can't see it.
Well, I see the overview of the 4 pictures from the front left. Ah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Right now I see 2 pictures. Yeah.
Okay, let me save this image and flip it over.
This is the front right. Yeah.
Right. Say, yeah, yeah, definitely this stuff could be cleaned up some more in here. But yeah, I'm just seeing problems here in both pictures, you know.
Same foot. after trimming.
What?
It's the same. The two pictures are the same hoof
Yeah.
or and after trimming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I realized that.
Okay.
No, don't be sorry, because I can be wrong there too. And see this crack here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the toe wanting to crack off because the coffin bone is right here on this brown spot here. That's where the toe is aimed down at. That right there. So maybe it would relieve it, to start taking some of this out of here and get it
Gradually.
softened up, to where maybe the back of the foot could release a little bit more. I've shown the pictures of my pony how the back of her foot is releasing. The back of your foot doesn't look as contracted as hers was. But you can just tell, look at how, this frog, like, how thick is this frog right here? Like, this could be cleaned out. I would clean out this frog, any dead frog, any petrified frog. I'd get off this frog and clean out the central sulcus and any up into here that I can get, because look how her foot wants to pull up out of the back of there.
Yeah.
Shall we see a picture from your pony or shall we see the picture from Monica?
What?
Shall we see a picture from your pony or shall we
You want to
see
see the picture? Oh, am I not showing you the picture?
We see the overview from Monica's.
Okay, I was looking at this one here. But I can't tell you that I know how to fix this, not at all. Yet. Okay? Because you got the old hoof with the new foot trying to grow on. So how much of everything to take off? I do know that these feet have to be, look, that foot wants to be up here. That's why it's there. Okay. But because it's pulling up this way and because it's bound, then it's pulling the toe back this way. That's what I see. So maybe if you can unbind this area some from this frog, that might help the foot. Well, and look, you can see this too, this area that always shows that. I had to trim the heels completely out of my pony to unbind the back of her foot and keep it from rotating. All the times before when I trimmed down frog, I'll just tell you this, all the times before when I trimmed down frog and release the back of the foot would rotate because of the heels that were on it. So then what I did was I totally removed the heels. I took and made her a prosthetic. I also grooved. I also did some grooving in here and up here because in laminitis, there's a couple of different schools that do grooving, and that seemed to help, and stuff, because the hard part is when you have this severe a rotation, not to just keep rotating. And so when I trimmed the heels out, because guess what? Those aren't real heels anymore anyway. This is like an old hoof capsule here. See it?
Yeah.
And her foot's up here now. So these aren't her real heels anyway. But the thing is, if you take them off, what do? You lower the hairline and then her foot just wants to pull up again. So I had to take the heels out. You know, I had to remove them, but I had to support the foot way up so it wouldn't keep rotating. And she never did rotate again. Before, when I kept trying to fix this and I would see all this frog and the stretching and everything that goes on, and I would take the frog out, not out, but, you know, trim it way down and clean all that up. Well, her foot would rotate in the capsule. Because I'd wind up taking the heel down a bit too, or something sometimes. But when I quit, when I supported the foot and I took the heels out and I started trimming the frog, the back of the foot expanded, the toe did shoot forward, but she never rotated again. I never got more laminar wedge. As long as I was releasing the back of that foot, you know, and not allowing it to be lowered. But see, look, this is old hoof capsule here. Just a minute here. Okay, this would be like the old hoof capsule. See?
Yeah.
And so she's growing a new capsule from up here now. See? And so what happened? Look, you're seeing these lines where they're getting narrower here and they're wider here. And it'll keep doing that and doing that and doing that. You know, keep rotating, rotating, rotating. As long as that stuff's under there, I think. See, we just don't have the answers, all the answers for it, but you know, what do? Call an expert?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay, sorry I don't have
this
more answers for you, but at least we kind of can see what's going on. You know.
It's a new idea. I don't think about the central sulcus till now. So I will try. I will see.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you have him on dental impression
You
material.
know, and remember too that it's bolting the foot right there. Okay. So if the back of the foot releases well, you know, I can't make you no promises that this horse won't rotate more. Understand?
Yeah, nobody can.
You know, I know that
understand.
eventually we will understand this more and be able to correct it. I am firmly convinced of that because we understand more than anybody else about the mechanical situation of what's going on. At least you have to know what's going on before you can fix it. You know, so anyway, okay.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Well, geez, a 6-hour hoof chat. That's all.
Yeah.
I got a lot of paperwork done.
What'd you say?
I said that I was able to get a lot of paperwork done.
Good for you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much.
You guys are awesome. And thank you for coming and listening. If I didn't have, this is a great thing. The more you share, the more you learn.
Absolutely.
Okay. And never be afraid to be wrong, even if you feel like you're under pressure to be right all the time. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda.
Hey, everybody have a great week, okay?
You too.
You too.
Okay. Bye, guys.